Good morning and welcome to the January 16th, 2026 City Council Special Hybrid Meeting to hold the annual City Council Planning Session. I'm Mayor Dave Rosenbaum. Today's hybrid City Council meeting is being brought to you in person and on Zoom. We are also broadcasting on the city's YouTube channel and on MITV Channel 21. Welcome to all and thank you for joining us today. Council members, please have your microphones turned on for the roll call. City Clerk Angela Larson, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Androff.
Here.
Councilmember Shea.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg is absent. Deputy Mayor Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Rosenbaum.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, if you join us, please join us to face the flag.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will now move to the approval of today's agenda. If there are no questions, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
So, there's a motion by Councilmember Anderall and a second by Councilmember Reynolds. City Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg is absent. Councilmember Androff.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes and the agenda is approved. The City Council will now go into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110I, 1I. The City Council will convene the executive session at 9:35 until 10:05 a.m. Thank you. The city council was in executive session from 9:35 until 10:06 a.m. Before we get started on our first agenda item, I just want to formally welcome everyone to this planning session. It's always good to have an extended period of time to get to discuss a lot of things. I want to thank all the staff for their work that went into this. This is months and months of planning for our activities today. We have a full agenda, but I think the more time we can spend discussing things, the better. If we need to punt something to a future date, we can always do that. So look forward to a robust discussion today. Hopefully, by the end of the day, we have not lost our minds too much. Okay, great. Our first item of business is AB 6838, compliance with the Growth Management Hearings Board decision. And we welcome City Manager Jessie Bond.
Good morning, City Council. Again, my name is Jessie Bond, and for the record, I'm your City Manager. Our first item today is related to the Growth Management Hearings Board order and compliance with that order. I just want to acknowledge for those watching at home, it is Blue Friday here in Washington State, and we're celebrating the Seahawks' path to the playoff. Thank you all for indulging me with the fun Seahawks decor. All right, with that, we will jump into our first item. I am happy to introduce Jeff Thomas, our Planning Director.
Great, thanks, Jessie. Good morning, Council. Perfect, thank you. Before we get rolling here, I'd like to introduce the rest of the CPD staff and our outside legal counsel at the table here today. So to my right, Allison Van Gorp, Deputy Director of CPD, Principal Planner Adam Zach, sitting to Jessie's left, and then on the end is Kim Pratt, who is our outside legal counsel with Madrona Law Firm, joining us here. So with that, we have 32 slides to walk you through in 4 different sections here today. Adam, are you?
The slides are up, yeah.
There they go. Okay, perfect. So we're going to dig in here. The 4 sections we're going to cover today, we're going to do a little background, and then we're going to talk about the Hearings Board decision from the Growth Management Hearings Board. There'll be a set of slides related to some ideas about City Council direction, and then lastly, we will talk briefly about looking forward with scope of work and schedule. In reviewing your packet for this meeting and this agenda bill, we do have some requested motions that you consider here today to provide some direction to staff to get this effort started. And we'll cover those as we go along through the presentation. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background to set the table here. What I'd like to talk about first is the Growth Management Act in general. It was adopted by the Washington legislature in 1990, and it does require counties that meet certain population thresholds to plan under the Growth Management Act, as well as the cities within those counties. King County, obviously, being the most populous county in the state, is required to plan under the Growth Management Act, as are all the incorporated areas within King County, including Mercer Island, of course. Currently, we are on a 10-year cycle for performing periodic updates to our comprehensive plan. That number has grown over the years. It was 7 way back in the day, and the legislature stepped it to 8, to 9, and then finally to 10 a number of years ago, which is where we're at currently. Mercer Islands and all cities within King County required to have the 10-year periodic update completed by the end of 2024. And the city of Mercer Island completed its update with City Council, taking final action in November of 2024, meeting the original deadline that was put before us. Comprehensive plans, there is an appeal process for comprehensive plans and development regulations developed for consistency with a comprehensive plan. That process is to appeal to the Washington State Growth Management Hearings Board. And then the board conducts its own hearing and findings and issues some sort of decision based on the appeal that's submitted. The last thing I will mention about this is, before we move to the next slide, is the hearings board and, some legislation that we've seen come out over the last handful of years from the state legislature, such as House Bill 1220, as well as House Bill 1491, are really starting to take on the appearance, at least, of shifting planning from a bottom-up approach, which is in the tenets of the Growth Management Act, to a little bit more of a top-down approach. And we've been busy, as most of you are well aware, over the last number of years, going through legislative session after legislative session, and sometimes having to bring some amending ordinances to city regulations to you fairly quickly to comply with different bills that make their way through the state legislature and become effective. Next slide, please. Okay. A little bit more about comprehensive plans. It is a 20-year planning period for which we do this periodic update every 10 years. Planning for growth is, the center of focus of a city's comprehensive plan and corresponding development regulations. We do, as part of that process, look at our infrastructure and capital facility levels of service. We have to provide land capacity to accommodate growth that is assigned through the growth targeting process with the county. And in some cases, we designate areas for future land uses where existing or planning infrastructure may be or is present already. As I just mentioned, forecasted growth targets that we receive, they are expressed in terms of housing units and employment. Number of jobs as growth targets. Next slide, please. There are several elements within a comprehensive plan in addition to a vision, goals, and policies. Those elements are listed there on the screen. I won't read them all, but I will note that economic development was a new element that we added to Mercer Island's comprehensive plan in 2024. And much of the focus as we went through that 2.5-year process in updating the comprehensive plan a few years ago was focused on the housing element, which has also been the subject of a lot of activity in the state legislature in recent years. Finally, how do we implement the comprehensive plan? I've already mentioned development regulations a few times in the last couple slides, also through capital investments and other programs that may come about, depending on exactly what the subject matter is. Next slide, please. I think here, before I hand it off to Adam for the next set of slides in the deck, these are some key terms that we are going to be talking not only today about, but as we peer into the future for future work sessions and discussions with the City Council. We'll come back to these terms repeatedly and remind you what they are. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these, but I will say that the Growth Management Hearings Board, we've already covered here in the first set of slides. Land capacity, adequate provisions, and station area sub-area plan are all parts of the comprehensive planning process. And then, as well as anti-displacement measures, the last two, inclusionary zoning and MFTE, are included in the discussion regarding adequate provisions and actions that the city can take to encourage more affordable housing. With that, Adam, I will turn it over to you for the next set.
Great, thank you, Jeff. So the next section of the presentation is going to cover the Hearings Board decision, the Growth Management Hearings Board decision. Am I on?
Yeah, maybe just a little closer.
Okay. Thanks. As Jeff mentioned, the city adopted an updated version of its comprehensive plan in November of 2024. As required by the Growth Management Act, that concluded our periodic review. In February of last year, FutureWise and two other co-appellants appealed our comprehensive plan on the grounds that it did not go far enough for affordable housing, particularly as it relates to the Growth Management Act requirements for planning for affordable housing. Any appeal of a comprehensive plan under the GMA is heard by the Growth Management Hearings Board, or the GMHB, which is a state body that ultimately makes the decision as to whether or not those locally adopted comprehensive plans meet the requirements of the GMA. There were 5 issues that the comprehensive plan was appealed on. The first was whether the city identified sufficient land capacity for affordable housing. We'll take a look in a few slides at an affordable housing need that was allocated to the city by the county. And one of the requirements is that we identify enough land capacity, given our current zoning, to accommodate those housing needs. The second appeal, or the second issue from the appeal, was whether the city made adequate provisions for affordable housing. And those adequate provisions are mandatory provisions or incentives to help encourage affordable housing development, and the city needs to adopt those. The state requires the city to adopt those when they updated their comp plan in 2024. The third issue is whether the city was required to include a transit station sub-area plan in its comprehensive plan. And this is related to some regional policies set by Puget Sound Regional Council related to transit station sub-area planning, which is an area-specific plan within the comprehensive plan. The fourth issue is whether the city failed to complete a required housing-focused review with King County's Affordable Housing Committee. This was a new, the housing-focused review was a part of the King County countywide planning policies. So the board examined that as part of the appeal. And then finally, the fifth issue was whether the city complied with the King County countywide planning policies related to housing more broadly. On those 5 issues, the first issue, the land capacity issue, was remanded to the city by the Growth Management Hearings Board with some specific requirements for what the city needs to do to address that issue. We'll look at that in a little more detail later in the presentation. The second issue, the adequate provisions issue, that was also remanded to the city, again with some specific actions the city would need to take during the remand. The third issue, the transit station sub-area plan, was also remanded to the city with a requirement that the city adopt a sub-area plan for the area around its transit station. The city was successfully defended its actions on issue 4. The housing-focused review by the Affordable Housing Committee, that appeal was denied. So the city does not have to take any additional action related to issue 4. And then issue 5, compliance with the countywide planning policies related to housing. On that, almost all of that appeal was denied. There was one point from that the city must establish anti-displacement policies at the same time it adds zoning capacity. So that'll be, it's partially remanded or partially denied, I guess is the term of art there. But that's how those 5 decisions from the hearings board are gonna filter into the rest of this presentation. That's the reason that we're here, kind of looking at some of these strategies we'll be looking at later in the presentation. Before I get into this, the city has appealed part of this hearings board decision. That appeal is ongoing and was part of what we discussed in executive session. So just thought I'd bring that up. Looking a little closer at the order, as I mentioned, there were 4 items remanded to the city. And each of those are going to carry with it a certain set of actions that need to be taken. So for the land capacity piece of this, we'll need to analyze our residential land capacity, which is the total number of housing units that we can expect in the planning period based on current regulations, existing conditions, the presence of critical areas, that sort of thing. So we'll need to take a look at that specifically through this affordability lens. As I mentioned, we'll take a look at that, the all-important table here in a few slides. But as we analyze that land capacity, we'll be looking for any gaps, and any gaps that we may find between what our capacity shows and what our housing needs are. We'll need to take actions to close those gaps to satisfy that part of the hearings board decision. Kind of similarly, the adequate provisions issue will require the city to look at incentives, mandatory provisions, and planned actions to increase the supply of affordable housing. And what that means is where we've identified those gaps and we take actions to close the capacity gaps, there's other actions we can take at the same time to work to close some of those gaps. So it's all gonna tie back to our affordable housing need that was set by the county. The third issue is the station area sub-area plan. That decision from the hearings board will require the city to adopt a sub-area plan for the area around the light rail station north of town center. That's pretty simply, that's a station, or an area specific plan that would be adopted by reference in the comprehensive plan. It kind of refines our land use planning for a specific area rather than kind of on a broader basis. The fourth issue, anti-displacement measures. We won't talk about this too much later in the presentation. This one's relatively straightforward. There are some anti-displacement measures that we'll need to adopt that will address some of the potential displacement that can occur when we make changes to the zoning code. And displacement would be like market forces encouraging folks to move out of their apartment or their existing home. Finally, this isn't necessarily related to one of the issues from the hearings board appeal, but the hearings board did impose a July 31st, 2026 deadline to complete work to comply with the order. And that is maybe the most limiting factor of these five here. That puts our timeline for completing this work at about 6 months. And that's much faster than we would typically do this kind of planning work. One final note before moving on to some of our options for addressing the hearings board decision is whether or not the city is required to comply with the hearings board order. As mentioned before, the state law, the Growth Management Act, requires cities to adopt comprehensive plans that comply with those requirements. And the hearings board has found that aspects of the plan don't comply with those requirements. And the penalty in state law for continued noncompliance or noncompliance with a hearings board order are 3 potential sanctions on the city that would affect the funding to the city. Those are on the screen here. We won't go into each one in detail. So from there, we would like to shift the discussion to compliance. What do we need to do to comply with the hearings board decision? And embedded in this will be, we're requesting some direction on a couple of the points to get started on our compliance work with this project.
Pause there for a second. Mr. Mayor and Council, before we move on to the next set of slides, I just wanted to ask if there are any questions about the Growth Management Act, comp plans, how we find ourselves in this situation, anything else clarifying before we get into the strategies to comply?
Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. Mr. Zach, can you just clarify for the record, I think you said the city has appealed part of the ruling. but you didn't say which part. Can you tell us?
I'll defer to Kim.
Sorry, thank you. We appealed issue 1, the land capacity analysis decision that the board made. So we appealed to 1 of 5 issues.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shea.
Are we the only city dealing with this?
Actually, no. FutureWise is the plaintiff petitioner in front of the board in your case. They did bring similar causes of action against a few other cities and counties. And just this week, Commerce has sent letters to cities telling them that their comprehensive plan and development regulations will be reviewed for compliance with the affordability provisions in Growth Management Act. Commerce was just given that authority in legislation, I think from 2025, I can't quite remember. But, so no, you are not the only one, but you are one of the first.
So how many other cities are dealing with this, the new ones coming up?
Commerce has authority to do that audit of 10 cities. My understanding is we know 7 cities that those letters have been sent out to. And then I can't tell you the exact number of cases that FutureWise filed on the same basis. I think it might be 5. So 15.
Just to clarify, Commerce has that authority to perform that, that type of action on 10 cities per year.
Kim, just a follow-up to that. So given that cities and counties have a sort of a rolling process, rolling deadlines here for comp plans, so this issue could come up sort of year to year as that opportunity to appeal sort of rolls county to county, year by year?
Yes, and so the cities and counties that their deadline is the end of 2026, they are also going to have to deal with the Growth Board's decision in your case for the plans that and development regulations that they are adopting at the end of this year and at the end of 2027, et cetera.
Great, thank you. Any other questions?
Great. Let me share the slide deck again here. Yeah. Okay. So I mentioned this table earlier in the presentation. This is the table of our affordable housing needs as assigned by King County. And this is really the, this is gonna form a lot of the bedrock of what we need to comply with through the hearings board order. Under the GMA, cities and counties are required to set housing targets, housing growth targets, and plan for and accommodate those housing targets. In the past, that has been a single number, a single housing target number. For the city of Mercer Island, during the 2025 comp plan update, our housing target number was 1,239. So that's in the black box there on the left-hand side of this table. And that's a total housing target. That's the total number of housing units the city needed to plan for and accommodate in its comprehensive plan. A new wrinkle during the last update cycle was the state requirement was that cities needed to further refine that housing target and plan for all economic segments in their comprehensive plans. And the way that was accomplished is by taking that 1239 number, that total housing unit number, and dividing it among the different housing affordability levels. So each of the numbers in the columns to the right of that 1239 are subsets of the 1239 total. And the idea here is that the city would take actions to provide capacity and make adequate provisions for each of those boxes. So for example, in the table here, we see that the city was assigned an affordable housing need for households earning between 30 and 50% of the AMI. We had a need for those housing units at 202. So 202 housing units that would be affordable to households earning 30 to 50% of the area median income. The way that these were distributed, we ended up with a lot, we have a much greater housing need at the lower end of the affordability range. So you can see that 0 to 30% or less than or equal to 30% range. We have 339 non-permanent supportive housing units and 178 permanent supportive housing units. There's a delineation there because permanent supportive housing is more, it's housing that also provides wraparound services for those extremely low income households. And then the non-permanent supportive housing is more kind of a typical affordable housing unit without those wraparound services. So we have quite a bit of need there at kind of the lower end of the affordability range. The end result here is that of those 1,239 units, the city was given an allocation of 1,211 of those units being at or below 100% of the area median income, or falling kind of in that affordable housing range, with a remainder of 28 market rate units. Did you want to jump in here?
I just wanted to say, council, we will pause on this slide for questions. This table is foundational to all of the work and that we have to do and the rest of today's discussion. So if you have any questions about what you're seeing on the screen, this would be a good time to ask them, and we'll keep the slide up.
Councilmember Inderall.
Thanks. Well, I know the council did a lot of work to ensure that we did have the capacity for the 1239. Is that correct? That we did have that aggregate number?
We took action to do that, yeah, during the comp plan update.
Okay. And
I was just gonna say, Jeff, can you expand on that? I wanna make sure that's clearly understood, especially for someone that might be watching the work we did and.
The actions, corresponding actions that the city took before the end of 2024, right around the same time the comprehensive plan was being adopted, was to amend our town center regulations to increase the allowable height in some areas of the town center in 2024, which gave us the calculated necessary capacity to get to that number to ensure that we did achieve that.
okay, and so when did it get divided up into these baskets, and by whom?
The affordable housing needs were assigned by King County in 2023. And it was part of a process whereby the state Office of Financial Management and Department of Commerce developed the affordable housing needs at the county level. So they said King County had this number of units at each of these affordability ranges. And then through the Growth Management Planning Council, those were distributed to the cities in King County, and those affordable housing needs were adopted in the King County countywide planning policies as part of their comprehensive plan. That's the process by which these were determined at the state, delivered to the counties, and then distributed to the cities within the counties.
Okay, so just following up,
Go for it.
Is it okay if I just keep going? 'Cause, so in ensuring through our development regulations and ordinances that we had capacity for an additional 1,239 units, were we required at that time to do anything to ensure affordability of those units within the certain categories?
That's a really great question. That's kind of the core of the hearings board decision. So what the city did, we had to analyze our development regulations and the existing conditions and see how many units were possible in the county. That's the land capacity, that's the total number. Now, land capacity, through our zoning, we can look at it in terms of housing unit types. So there's like a single-family home, a multifamily development, moderate density, like a townhouse or something. But those are telling us about housing types and not really about like price range or affordability level. When we analyzed this for the 2024 update, we looked at that multifamily housing was the most likely to accommodate our 0 to 80% affordability range, and used that aggregation to determine how many units we needed to, where the gaps were. And central to the hearings board decision is that aggregation that we did at that time. And what they've asked the city to do is examine ways to disaggregate that capacity. And that's part of what we'll be doing through this project, is analyzing capacity, what types of housing units are most likely to be affordable at each of those ranges.
So I'll jump in here and just really plain language it, and then I think Jeff has something to add. The comprehensive plan addressed the units. The order says, city, you did not go far enough. The steps you took did not ensure that you have provided the path to achieve this range at all of these housing affordability levels. Jeff?
Yeah, and briefly, when the city completed its process in 2024, we believed we were in compliance with the guidance that was put forward, and that we followed that. There was a process that cities were required to undertake to send a draft to the Department of Commerce for review prior to adoption. We did that in the summer of 2024. It was the Planning Commission recommended version of the comprehensive plan that we sent to them, to the Department of Commerce for review. We did get feedback from the Department of Commerce on that draft, and their feedback, which did not include the discussion we're having here today, their feedback was incorporated into the version that the council ultimately adopted in November 2024.
Okay, thanks. I have 2 more questions, Mayor, if that's okay.
Sure.
And sorry if this is completely out of left field, because I know I haven't asked this before. Do you know how many housing units are currently built in Town Center?
Not off the top of my head. That's a number we could probably get.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know for context in terms of, is this a mouse or is this an elephant?
Would you like me to answer that right now?
Oh, I kind of know the answer,
Yeah.
but
It's not
sure.
a mouse.
It's
not a
definitely
mouse.
not a mouse, yeah.
Okay, the final question is, and then, we didn't get any money from the county or the state to encourage building below market rate housing, did we?
Related to the housing targets here, no, we did not, yeah.
And if your question is related to direct delivery, like construction of, absolutely not. No, there's
Right.
no funding.
No, I kind of knew that too.
Deputy Mayor
All
Becker.
right, I'm going to cede the microphone. Thank you
There'll-
for
there'll always be
indulging all my
around-
questions.
Round 2 if you need it. Deputy Mayor Becker.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the types of units that they're suggesting here. I think you're saying that the bottom number, the non-PSH, is just regular units that are heavily subsidized. I'm wondering if you could explain more what the PSH, what do those housing units actually look like?
I think Allison,
Slide forward, there you go. And then,
Yeah, so these are units that are intended for people directly exiting homelessness. They have a lot of supportive services, usually housed on site as part of the apartment building. I toured the Plymouth housing building that's in Eastgate. It was constructed a couple of years ago. This is a good example of permanent supportive housing. They have on-site social workers for each of the residents. They have nursing and medical providers that come in on a weekly basis to provide services to the residents. And they also have a lot of on-site like activities and community building kind of activities. The populations of these facilities often are a little bit older and they have a pretty high need for medical services. People have lived kind of a hard life and need a lot of support. So they're really aimed at providing stability to the residents. And the project I had toured, I think they had like a 98% success rate of keeping people there long-term.
Okay. I mean, because I know that like in other jurisdictions, you have things like tiny homes, for example, that like also take people out. Like that's not what this is, or?
I think those are considered more like emergency housing or transitional
Okay.
housing.
I'm just trying to understand the type.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And those types of facilities that Allison just talked about, generally speaking, would have 24/7 staff presence of some
Yes.
sort.
Councilor Shea.
So the Growth Management Hearing Board found that Mercer Island was lumping together, aggregating like the different levels of income. So extremely low income plus very low income plus low income plus moderate income. I think we were, we were dinged for that. So how can we tease that out to show capacity for each level?
Yeah, that's one of the main challenges we're gonna face with this project. So one of the difficult things about analyzing capacity at these affordability levels is, like I said, typically we've looked at this as like housing unit type, so apartment, single-family home, townhouse, and those aren't really connected to an affordability level directly. And so we will need to look at some additional data on what is the market delivering, what are those adequate provisions that, so the incentives and the mandatory requirements, how does that affect affordability? We have to look at that kind of in total. And one of the parts of this project I think we'll talk about here shortly is there's a documentation element required where we need to show all of that work, all of that, the work that kind of behind the scenes we've been at least struggling with a little bit, but we can roll that forward and you can see that data-driven response there. Did that answer your question?
And maybe I'll just take it one step further. It's a great question to segue us into the strategies we'll be talking about today. Council, one of the things I want to just call out about the hearings board order is in your comprehensive plan, you identified the policies that you were going to work on developing. That's our traditional path with comprehensive planning. As we adopt the plan, it sets out a roadmap of work that we're going to pursue over a 20-year period, and then we get to work. Part of what came out of the hearings board order was actually, city, you should have already done that work. You should have done it at the time you adopted your comprehensive plan. So as we get into the strategies portion of this discussion, that is where we are headed, is the portfolio, if you will, under the umbrella of 4 different strategies to address the adequate provisions, the steps we need to take as directed by the hearings board to address the units at this range of affordability level. So we're getting there. Today is not about actually adopting policies, but it's framing up the work that is coming.
Councilor Reynolds.
I'm often asked by people how these requirements relate to ADUs. And I think you folks have told us before that ADU capacity can't be used to count towards the 1239. It has to be part of the multifamily zone. Is that correct? And who made that rule, and can we change it?
We can count ADUs as part of this. They just don't necessarily, we need to look at the data of how affordable those units are, those accessory dwelling units are. Our preliminary look at it, it doesn't really answer a lot of the most affordable units, but it can be part of our strategy for sure. And that'll be part of how we'll look at our total capacity is the number of ADUs, and then also the recent middle housing legislation, how that all ties in with the overall strategy.
So is this just a manufactured memory on my part? It's been known to happen. I thought there was something that said that they thought the only way you could realistically do affordable was in town centers, so we're in multifamily.
Part of
so
the
they're required to-
issue with adopting the comp plan in 2024 was that we had not yet complied with the requirements of HB 1110 and 1337 related to middle housing and ADUs. And so that provided a lot of additional capacity for those housing types that we hadn't brought online yet when we adopted the comp plan, and we hadn't done the analysis of, how much capacity that could add and how affordable those units might be. Now that we're having the opportunity to take a second look at land capacity, our consultant is digging into those housing types and looking at, how many units we could expect and how affordable they might be based on data from Mercer Island and surrounding jurisdictions.
Okay, that sounds like good news. That could be somewhat less disruptive than some
Yeah,
other types.
it'll help a little.
Okay, hit that.
Adam, just to get back to Councilmember Andrell's question about the mouse or an elephant here, can you just give a definition of housing unit? And what does that mean? I think let's just kind of get all of the.
So a housing unit is something that provides a living space, a sleeping space, and a kitchen and sanitary facilities. So kitchen, bathroom, living room, living space. There's a wide gamut of things that can be a housing unit. A studio apartment is a housing unit, and a 15-bedroom mansion would be a housing unit. So, and pretty much anything in between, provided it gives those key elements of, yeah.
And they would each be one unit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we can count those units, those go towards our 1239, that total number, but then we can look at, that studio apartment is more likely to be affordable. And so we'll be doing the data analysis to find at what level that studio apartment is affordable, at what level that townhouse might be.
Okay, and when you say affordable, and we might be getting a little ahead here, but when you say affordable, are you thinking the cost to the person to rent? And is that then inclusive of the cost to construct that building as well?
So the affordable, there's actually affordability levels set in the state law, in the GMA. So at these levels here that we've provided in the table, these are all percentages of the area median income, which is a metric for King County. And essentially the affordability range, in order to be affordable at 0 to 30%, that rent would have to be 1/3 of the residents' income. So that we can extrapolate from our area median income and these percentages, what each of those units would roughly need to cost. And there's some refinement in the GMA that delineates between rental units and ownership units, and there's a lot that goes into it. But in effect, that's how it's determined, is by relative to household income and housing cost.
So slightly different question. When you think about the cost of what a studio unit would cost here to build, is that factoring in the entire cost of construction and land use, and then seeing if that lines up with what a third would be in this bracket?
That's gonna be part of the analysis, so we do need to look at feasibility, because if you said we're gonna build a 1,000-story building on one lot, and that's gonna accommodate all of that's not gonna happen. That's not a feasible scenario. And so we do need to have feasibility factored into our analysis of capacity and what we can reasonably expect.
Yeah, and we need to think about the timeline of the plan, 20 years. Obviously, you could expect a certain amount of development over a 50-year period, over a 20-year period, over a 10-year period, and so we need to try to estimate how much development could occur within the time frame we're planning for.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Councilor Reynolds, is that an old hand?
Old hand, sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions on this table? It's a big one. You're gonna see this probably 4,000 times in the next couple of months here. I think we covered most of this. Yeah, I bring up the documentation part. We're gonna talk about that a bit with the adequate provisions piece too. Throughout all of this work, we'll need to be doing the data analysis to make sure that each of our decisions are defensible and tied to something real and not the 1,000-story building that I described a minute ago, you know. So we'll be doing that work throughout this project here.
Council, I want to mention as well, the city retained a consultant to help us work through the land capacity analysis. That consultant was retained at the end of last year. Actually, it was probably Q3. So we have been working on the data and the analysis behind the scenes. I anticipate you'll start to see some of that analysis as early as next month. So that work was started last year. I know it hasn't been visible to you, but just to reassure you, there's been a lot happening behind the scenes since August of 2025.
I guess the other piece on this documentation, I'll just bring this up before we move on here, but part of this project will be balancing the actions we take for land capacity and the actions we take related to adequate provisions. Because land capacity is more or less, that's the number of units possible. And then adequate provisions are those things, those incentives and mandatory provisions that the city can enact that will change of those total number of units. They can help shift some of them into lower affordability ranges. So for example, like the existing height bonus that the city has in town center is technically an adequate provision. That's something that requires 10% of units in order to exceed 2 floors of building height. 10% of units as affordable housing must be provided to exceed that building height. And so that's shifting some of those total units possible into a more affordable range. So those adequate provisions and the land capacity can be balanced with each other to help answer some of the questions of how we accommodate those 1,200 units that we were just looking at. So we do have, motion 1 is related to the land capacity analysis part of this. And what we're asking for is direction from the council to go forward and do some of this land capacity work as part of the project.
And Mayor, if the council would like to see we can take these one by one as we encounter them in the presentation, or we're happy to scroll back through them at the end of the presentation, and council can go through the motions in succession.
Let's go through the rest of the presentation so we can kind of take it all in, and then we'll come back to the motions.
Perfect. Yep.
Great. And I have a slide at the end that has all of
Hold on
it
one
there,
second.
too, so.
Question?
Yeah, I did have a question. I think, and I might have stopped listening for 1 second.
Is your mic on?
I might have stopped listening for 1 second and missed it, but did you say something about existing zoning requires that 10% of the units be affordable in order to get an extra floor?
Correct. In the town center, the base building height, the base maximum building height is 2 stories. Any building that would, or any developer that would like to build more stories in the town center must provide affordable housing. And actually, I quoted 10%, it's actually 15% now.
15 currently.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's one of the changes that was made during the 2024 update.
Yeah, so a couple of clarifying questions on that. Is that affordable at any particular level?
It's not. The percentage, what are the percentages, Allison? Sorry, I'm blanking on it.
So it depends on how many stories the building has. If it's 3 stories, it's 70% AMI for rental and 90% for ownership. If you want to go above 3 stories, depending on what the zone allows, that could be between 5 and 7. Then you're required to provide 50% AMI for rental, and I believe it's 70% for homeownership.
Okay. Well, and I'm assuming that the council would have the authority to change those requirements to either, to further refine the basket of affordability that it goes into. Is that correct? And then also that
correct.
we would have the ability to revise those mandates so that maybe with the incentive of an additional story, or maybe even additional incentives, we could require a higher percentage than 15% be affordable?
Yes.
So we can kind of slice and dice that
Yeah.
for,
And that will all be part of, and we'll go into
Yeah.
the analysis we've been discussing here. That's part of motion number 1 for you.
but is 100% affordable?
I would say there's a tension in terms of feasibility, which Adam was mentioning earlier. Like, the requirements need to fit within reality of, development that could actually happen. And if you were to require a very high percentage of affordable units, that project would not be likely to pencil out, and would not be likely to be built.
Feasibility, and then also claims from owners regarding constitutional rights, takings maybe.
sure. Yeah, so if everybody's kind of slaps their thigh and laughs and says nobody would ever build that, it's probably not gonna pass the test.
We'll document it a little bit more than that, but we're gonna document what we've got.
Great, thanks.
Councilor Reynolds.
I'm just curious, the figure that's most striking in that table of 1239 units, which obviously is not new, we've seen it, but the one that's most striking is the less than 30% mark, obviously. Thinking back, I'm just curious, for other cities around the region, how many units did they get in that category?
I can't quote exact numbers, but I do know that we weren't the only ones that got a lot. Yeah.
Is it close to proportional to population or anything, or did we get unfairly slammed?
So the way they were distributed to the cities, the way that these affordable housing needs were calculated generally took into account like historic underproduction of housing, and they took into account a bunch of factors like that. So as I understand it, again, without having the numbers, off the top of my head, I do know, Kim has a handy chart here. I mean, looking at it here, these are pretty similar numbers. So for example, Des Moines has a total housing allocation of 3,800 units. And of their 0 to 30%, it's roughly 1,000 units. So they have a pretty high percentage, a high share as well.
Council, if you're interested, one of the follow-up items we could send is just the table of the housing affordability allocations within King County.
I would be curious to see that, but it sounds like part of the reason we might be high is because historically we haven't provided much. So this is kind of a catch-up effort. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
Some of it, yeah.
Okay.
That's partially how these numbers came about, yeah.
Okay.
So for illustration, just quickly here to Councilmember Reynolds' question, I'm looking at the city of Bellevue, our neighbor on the other side of the water. They, for total future need to 2044, which is the end of the 20-year planning period the comp plan was required to address, 99,687 total housing units. Of those, almost 20,000 of those units were assigned as permanent supportive housing or non-permanent supportive housing, 0 to 30% AMI.
So is that 20,000 out of 100?
1,000, yeah.
100,000, right, yeah, so 20%. But ours is,
Closer to 50.
yeah, yeah, even I can do that, man.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think what Adam was getting to, there was no set standard formula. It was based on a number of factors that went into King County's determination of who got what income bands.
Well, and if I could just make an observation, I mean, we've got cities like Bellevue have available developable land that was maybe used for some industrial purposes or whatever and is now being redeveloped into apartments. It strikes me that there's no such thing like that here, that, other than on West Mercer Way where we've got maybe 12 or 14 lots. I mean,
Yes.
Certainly correct, yeah.
It's the unique character of being an island, right?
No extra land.
So any other questions on the land capacity analysis part of this before we keep going here? All right. The next section here, we'll be talking about House Bill 1491, or the TOD bill. This is another piece of statewide legislation. It was recently adopted. It was enacted in 2025. It's part of the Growth Management Act, or most of the requirements are codified in the Growth Management Act. And what the TOD bill, or House Bill 1491, what that bill requires is that cities allow transit-oriented development, that's what TOD stands for, near transit stations. Specifically, cities must designate an area within 1/2 mile walking distance of a light rail station as what's called a station area. And that's the area in which this transit-oriented development would be allowed, or TOD would be allowed. Cities are required to comply with the TOD bill no later than 2029. And that requirement exists for Mercer Island regardless of the hearings board decision. So this is a different piece of legislation that also affects a lot of these same issues, the land capacity issue, the adequate provisions issue, the transit station sub-area plan issue. And so the hearings board decision, a lot of the pieces of the hearings board decision that the city must respond to are also parts of House Bill 1491. So there's, in a Venn diagram of the requirements here, there's a lot of overlap between the TOD bill and the hearings board decision. So we bring that up because we're looking for, well, actually, let me walk through kind of how these overlap before I get there. As I mentioned before, the hearings board order requires essentially four actions, then sets a deadline. So it requires that the city evaluate its land capacity and consider ways to close any identified gaps. It requires that the city make adequate provisions for affordable housing. So those are those incentives and mandatory provisions for affordable housing. It requires the city to adopt a transit station sub-area plan and also adopt an anti-displacement measures at the same time that zoning changes are made. And for the hearings board order, the city is required to comply with that order by July 31st of this year. Looking at the TOD bill, some of the places, the TOD bill requires, which is the right column of this table here, it requires cities to allow multifamily and mixed use land uses in the station area, in that area around the light rail station. It requires cities to allow an average 3.5 floor area ratio in the station area. So that's that slightly more intense, or that's more intense transit-oriented development. That's what that 3.5 FAR points at. It requires cities to allow or establish MFTE and inclusionary zoning in the station area. MFTE is an incentive program for multifamily development that establishes a tax exemption in exchange for some affordable, or it can be in exchange for some affordable housing development. Inclusionary zoning is a required affordable housing inclusion in multifamily development. So that would be like you're requiring 10% or 15% of units to be affordable. Finally, the TOD bill stipulates that it reduces some of the parking requirements or eliminates some of the parking requirements in that transit-oriented development station area around the light rail station. For the TOD bill, cities are required to comply by the end of 2029. And again, that's independent of the hearings board order. So we have a set of requirements from the state as established by the hearings board order, which is the leftmost column on this table. We have a set of requirements set by the legislature in the TOD bill, or House Bill 1491, and that's the rightmost column in this table. And when we look at the requirements from the hearings board order and the TOD bill, or House Bill 1491, we see that there's an overlap. So the TOD bill requires cities to allow multifamily and mixed use in the station area, and allowing an average of 3.5 floor area ratio. And that really relates to that land capacity issue from the hearings board order. Because we need to look at and close any potential gaps there. So that would increase our development capacity complying with the TOD bill. The TOD bill requiring MFTE and inclusionary zoning and the parking reductions, that's related to our adequate provisions, because those are some actions the city, those are incentives and mandatory provisions the city can use to incentivize or encourage affordable housing. And then finally, the TOD bill requires us to plan for growth around our light rail station, and that would also address the sub-area plan requirement from the hearings board order. That's a very quick or brief rundown of how these two, the hearings board order and the TOD bill, really overlap.
Councilor Wicker.
Those timelines look awfully tight. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, oh, sure.
Sure. They are, the 2026 July 31st deadline is certainly going to require the city works with expediency and is very focused on moving towards a final outcome that Kim ultimately will be able to present to the growth board in September.
September of this year.
2026, that's correct, yes. And so our deadline for compliance is July 31st, and then it is September, right, Kim? There will be, the board will reconvene in September once they've had a chance to review the city's work, and there will be a hearing then in September to discuss the city's work, essentially.
So all this complicated stuff has to be done by July for their review, and then our legal stuff in September. Just trying to
Yes.
keep my calendar for the year.
That is correct.
Okay.
Councilor Anderall.
If it's helpful, our periodic review of the comp plan was a 32-month process that we completed in 2024. So just for a sense of scale of that project took that long, and we have now until July.
36 months to do that, now we're going to have 26?
32, but yeah.
A year, got it, okay.
Yep.
Councilor Anderall.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a couple of questions. For my edification and maybe others listening, can you just explain a little bit more about what 3.5 FAR looks like?
So a floor area ratio is a measure, it's a ratio of building area to lot size. And the higher the FAR, the more building area you would have. So an FAR of 1.0 is the building area is exactly equal to the lot area. So as you move up, as FAR increases, that means more building area space. Roughly 3.5 FAR can be that kind of mid-rise development.
Like, is that 3.5, 3 stories, or?
It likely is more than 3.5 stories, because the floor area ratio has to take into account certain like open space requirements or other things that may take up space on the lot.
So the math, a little different way of saying the math. An FAR of 1. If you have a half acre lot and your FAR requirement is 1.0, you could build a 1-story building that was exactly the same size as the half acre lot. So every square inch of that half acre would have building on it. That'd be your FAR of 1. If it was an FAR of 2, and you were gonna build the entire lot to the lot lines, then it would be a 2-story building. If you're only going to build on half of the lot and an FAR of 2, then you would have a 4-story building.
Okay,
So it's ratios essentially, right?
so if you have a 10,000 square foot lot, hypothetically, because zeros are easier to deal with.
Yep.
And then 3.5 FAR, you have a 35,000 square foot buildable area.
Correct.
And depending on what you choose as your setbacks, that it kind of wedding cakes it or whatever.
Yep.
The closer it is to the lot lines, the fewer the stories you get.
That is
The
correct.
more sidewalk or courtyard you put in, the taller it can be.
That is correct.
Okay, maybe that's the first time I've ever understood that.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just to clarify, for the FAR calculation, do things like hallways, stairwells, elevator shafts, trash rooms, et cetera, do they count, or is it living area that has to have?
Typically, it's the building, the entire building. Sometimes there's certain things that are exempted from that area, like childcare centers or affordable units, for example, to incentivize those uses.
So with current setback requirements we have in town center right now, would it require a 4-story building to hit this, a 5-story building? How does the math work out?
It's probably closer to a 5 to 6-story building. It depends on a lot of factors. Parking's a big one.
And I think those policy decisions about what counts towards the FAR, to a certain extent, that'll be something that council can consider through this process. So we'll be able to look at the impact those setbacks might have on the total FAR, and that would be a policy decision that the council could consider in the future.
May I ask one more, Mr. Mayor?
Go for it.
We got an email from a member of the community this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, I don't recall, about the parking requirements, where he asserted there was an exemption that if we can demonstrate through an empirical study that parking requirements were required for safety reasons, we might not have to comply. Can you expand on that? Do you agree with the assessment? Is it realistic or applicable in our case?
That would be subject to review and approval by the State Department of Commerce. So the certain aspects, certain allowances in the TOD bill, we'll talk about the station area boundary here in a few slides. That's part of, we have to do that in concert with Commerce, and they would need to look at that.
And Commerce issued guidance on that empirical parking study a couple of years ago. I looked at it when we were evaluating options for middle housing because it applied, there was a similar exemption for those requirements. And I'll just say it's a very high bar to be able to demonstrate that for safety reasons, the parking would be required.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shea.
So for this House Bill 1491, the Transit-Oriented Development Bill, it says that, cities with light rail stations have to designate the area within half-mile walking distance of the light rail station as a station area. And then within the station area, we're required to allow an average of 3.5 FAR, floor area ratio. And then in your notes and agenda, you said some areas may have a reduced FAR, provided that other areas have a greater FAR, and then the average is 3.5. So there was a question from the community asking about, what does that mean? Does that mean that you can increase height and density in the town center south of I-90, and then use that to offset the required FAR in the residential area north of I-90?
Adam, I'm going to cut in here.
Yeah.
I did see that question come in, and council, I don't think this is the meeting to get into that detail. We will be coming back, provided you give us the direction to pursue this strategy or evaluate it. And that would be the appropriate time, I think, to start walking through the technical analysis of averaging. It gives our staff team time to prepare because it's very complicated. So we've noted the question. We agree that's important information for everyone to understand. So if I may, I'd like to come back to that the next time we're in front of you, which I think could be as early as it'll for sure be in February. I'm not sure which meeting yet.
Councilman Earl?
I think Julie just covered my question. Thank you.
Great. Adam, do you have more slides on this topic, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion 2A, when we get to it at the end, is about this first section, and it's direction to generally pursue this strategy of taking a look at the TOD bill because of the overlap with the hearings board order, taking a look at complying with both at the same time. That's council direction, motion 2A.
So Adam, maybe you can talk about this a little bit more, but, in the slide, obviously there's a deadline at the middle of the summer here, and then there's an end of 2029. But it sounds like your recommendation is to sort of merge those two things together. Can you talk about that a little bit more in terms of why are we pulling forward something that's, from a sort of a bird's eye look might actually be kind of far away?
In short, Mayor, the overlap, the correlation between the two makes sense. Otherwise, we would be going through this GMA compliance effort in 2026, and we would be, I would say within 12 months of GMA compliance, be back to you and embarking on HB 1491 compliance, the TOD bill.
Doing the work twice, and I will also just say, we haven't brought the land capacity analysis to you yet. It's being worked on. It's, the land capacity analysis will be.
We've been here so long, the Seahawks just scored a touchdown.
I know. That's great news. That's great news. All right, let me start over. We have not yet brought the land capacity analysis to you, the numbers. We will be doing that in February, I anticipate. It's been worked on for several months. What I anticipate that is going to show is that the city is going to have to take additional density, additional units under the Growth Management Hearing Board order. That is one and the same as what the TOD bill is telling us to do. I think, Council, what we're asking you to consider under this motion is let's get into the numbers, let's get into that analysis. Let's take it a step further technically. We will show you what that looks like. Not asking you to say, yes, we're gonna do this, just to say, yes, pursue the strategy. And I think the data on this matters a lot. And I think it'll become more clear what that looks like. I don't actually know yet. I do believe the Growth Management Hearing Board order is going to require us to upzone. And that's why we're recommending addressing this at the same time, potentially.
I have a couple ideas that I'm hoping the staff can consider as it comes to the sort of TOD sub-area plan. Is now the right time to air those, or do we want to hold those off for a minute here?
What I might suggest is let us roll through the 2B of this, because it gets into how we think about approaching a boundary area, and then any other comments the council would like to share, we can take notes on that. Would that work for you?
Sounds great.
So if the council does direct staff to start taking a look at the TOD bill in conjunction with compliance with the hearings board order, the first step in that process is determining the station area boundary, where that station area would be around the transit station. The bill, the TOD bill, House Bill 1491, requires all lots that are fully or partially within 1/2 mile walking distance of the light rail station to be designated the station area. The map on the screen here shows our existing zoning map with this jagged purple line, which is the 1/2 mile walking distance from the light rail station. And that's based on a walking distance based on our existing road network. And so at base level, the TOD bill would require the city to designate any lot that's wholly or partially within that purple line as part of that station area, where we would be allowing that transit-oriented development. The bill allows cities to designate a modified station area. So and that's in recognition of that 1/2 mile walking radius may not be exactly correspond to the existing built environment and kind of local conditions. So cities are able to vary that or modify that station area boundary. Did you want to jump in here, Jeff?
Nope.
No? Oh, okay. And so what we would like is we'd like to walk through some different ways that we might evaluate modifying that boundary. So going from this general half-mile walking distance to something that more corresponds with the existing conditions in Mercer Island. And we'd like your direction on how we might, which of these guidelines to pursue. There's 4 guidelines that we've put forward in the agenda bill that will help us refine that purple line to match, again, the local conditions. The first guideline that we've proposed is pretty straightforward. Exclude the areas of the city that we wouldn't expect to see transit-oriented development. So we would exclude the city parks from the station area, any designated open space, and the I-90 corridor from that station area. Again, not expecting that to contribute to our housing capacity or be places where a TOD would be likely or where we would want to allow that. The second guideline, so from there, once we would take out those city parks, open space, and the I-90 corridor, we would take out, or we're proposing to take out any areas that would then be non-contiguous from the station area. So once we take out, Luther Burbank Park, there would be some residential areas that are still within that purple line, but would no longer be contiguous with the station area. So guideline 2 would be to take those out after we've removed the city parks, open space, and I-90 corridor. Then guideline 3 would be from there to align the boundary as best we can to match our city streets so that it creates a boundary based on where existing infrastructure is. And then guideline 4 would be to then, in places where those city streets don't form a logical boundary, to then defer to where the existing zoning boundaries are on the map. And so we think if we run this purple line through that decision matrix, those 4 guidelines, we should arrive at a more logical boundary that corresponds to existing conditions in the city.
Did you get to guideline?
Yeah.
Do you have some more to add?
But
on that?
no, go for
All
it,
right.
yeah.
Council, this is a lot to process. But I wanted you to have an opportunity to say, yes, staff, we think this is at least preliminarily the right approach, or here are some other things we want you to think about. This is highly impactful to our community, to the property owners that are inside that squiggly line right now, and this is just your first touch. I will tell you, even if the motion is a little too technical and you're not ready for it today, that's okay. I think even just keep going with the path you're going would be fine for us. But I did put a motion in case you, at the end of our discussion today, wanted to say, yes, this is the right thing.
Let me just ask a clarifying question here. Adam, so can you just talk a little bit about why it's important to not just take the map as is?
Sure. So what would end up, if we were to stick to the baseline requirement, that all lots that are wholly or partially within the purple line here are part of the station area, you would end up in a lot of these areas where you can see there's some squiggles in neighborhoods. There would be lots that neighboring parcels would just almost arbitrarily be in or out of that station area. So you would have in some neighborhoods, you would have areas where some neighbors would be allowed to develop multifamily housing and mixed use, and then other folks would not. And so this would be a way to get that to follow some more logic based on our map, our existing map.
Yeah, and it would also respect the previous work the city has done recently, with the open space and with the open space and park zoning process, for example. This map as is would undo some of that in a couple of very important spots in the city,
So we'd be rezoning the parks as station area.
more or less.
Okay.
And
Councilmember-
also,
oh,
I
sorry.
think, one thing I didn't touch on, that when we get the direction here, we can bring back something for you to consider. That'll also give us, either way, we'll have an opportunity to go for public comment and make this map available to the public to provide input on. I think that's an important part of this process too, is that we're planning a comment period. If we get this direction today, we'll have something that the public can give us some input on.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, Councilor Andral.
That was going to be my comment or question, because I can imagine that anybody inside or even outside the purple is going to have strong feelings one way or the other. You know, some people may be going yay, others may be going, oh my God, and probably a broad range of emotions in between. So hopefully we can get the public involved in a meaningful way before decisions that can't be undone are made.
Absolutely.
And I guess I just would like to think about, mitigating the impacts on residents who are not in the yay camp.
Yeah. And I think our intention through this entire process is to identify those decision points that the council can make within the framework of the state law. Where are the places that you can take those actions to mitigate some of that? Because I think while the law is pretty prescriptive of what cities have to allow within that, it does give us it gives the council some leeway to make decisions about what happens in the station area still. And we want to identify that throughout the process, yeah.
And who decides whether the parameters that we set to modify the station area definition are appropriate?
Great question. The bill requires that any modified station area be approved by the Department of Commerce. So as we work on the station area boundary, we'll need to be in consultation with Commerce to pursue that review and approval.
Yeah, I mean, can we get early head nods on like, well, your 4 criteria are good, or your 6 criteria are good, or we don't think that's gonna fly, before we do a bunch of work?
I think we would need to identify that preliminary boundary first, and then we can go to Commerce and say, these are the 4 guidelines that the council directed us to start with, and this is where we're at now. But I think we would need that guidance first and put together that preliminary boundary before going to Commerce.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Shea.
How about excluding critical areas or properties with critical areas?
So the bill does allow the city to exempt certain areas from the requirements of the TOD bill, but they still need to be included in the station area. So our critical areas are things like wetlands, streams, watercourses, fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas. And those critical areas and their buffers, we can exclude from some of those requirements. We don't have to allow an apartment building in a wetland, for example. That's not what the bill requires, but they still need to be within the station area. They're not exempt from that piece of it. So, I should mention too, the shoreline jurisdiction, which is the area 200 feet landward of the ordinary high water mark. It's overly technical. It's the area directly by the lake. That also, we don't have to allow apartment buildings there either. We can exempt those from some of the requirements of the TOD bill. And we can bring that forward as we're bringing forward the alternatives for you to consider. We can highlight some of that, like how that's worked in the analysis that we do.
Councilor Weicker.
So, yeah, the map is a bit shocking and taken me a day or two to get used to. And this has to be done by the summer, right? To do the TOD by 29 and our comp plan adjustment by 26. So it's a tight turnaround again to try to figure this out. And we have to be, we can't move everything south or north. We have to be on either side of I-90, right? Like, so this is gonna be some complicated, frustrating, painful community, serious conversation. So I just wanna be clear that we have to do something with this. We can't ignore it. And I guess my biggest concern is I think these 4 guidelines are just a start. So I'm absolutely supportive of getting started and then give us some time to get some community input, give our community some time to react to this, because I bet a lot of people aren't gonna pay attention until after this meeting. And then let's add more in whatever way we can and still meet this timeline that's already daunting. But this alone, I would think, would take a year or 2 to socialize, never mind 6 months. So I'm feeling particularly stressed and strained at the moment. And I'm not a property owner in this box, but I imagine those folks have a lot to say. So some community engagement around meeting our regulatory compliance is critical for all of it. So suffice it to say, we don't have a choice, we have to do this work.
Right, yeah, this is required, the TOD bill is required by the state law, in the same way that the hearings board is required by the hearings board decision in the state law.
Yeah.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Sort of confirm my understanding, if we do decide to try to exclude parks and the lid and things like that, which certainly seems a very reasonable thing, I take it, we don't know yet for sure, but we believe Commerce would not require us to add extra land somewhere else to make up for that, right?
That'll be part of the review process. We'll need to talk that through, because I think even if we, so if we took the inverse and we did include the I-90 corridor or something, even still, it wouldn't be, we wouldn't be counting that as part of our capacity either way. And so it really isn't part of, but we would need to talk about that with Commerce. That's part of the review process.
So what are the implications of excluding the parks then? Is it means we don't count it, we wouldn't count it in the land capacity analysis either way, so what does it impact?
Well, it would respect that work on the zoning, the
Yeah.
park zone that was done previously, and the city put a lot of time and effort into developing that zone.
We don't believe that you want to apply, do you want to take this?
The exclusions, any exclusions do not lessen the burden of complying with 1491 or the growth board decision. So it doesn't reduce our capacity requirement. That capacity needs to get, if we take Luther Burbank Park and exclude it, that land area, like the capacity number ultimately doesn't change. It's still, we still have to come up with the total number, it's just that we have a smaller pie to do it with, essentially.
Except 1491 didn't impose a number, did it? It just had rules like 3.5 FAR and no parking and things like that.
The average 3.5 FAR, that's correct.
Okay, but they're not gonna count Luther Burbank as 0 and make it, everything else be 7 in order to get us that way if it's part of the zone,
In
are
our
they?
staff conversations with Commerce, they've indicated that they don't expect that 3.5 FAR to apply to public property like parks or the
Okay.
WashDOT right-of-way. And so we need to work out with them the exact methodology for how that would be excluded and how that would impact the overall averaging of the FAR. And that's the conversation that we've just started and need to dig into a lot more
Okay,
with Commerce.
but the goal, I presume, is to make sure that irrespective of what we do with the parks, we don't have to build taller because of that, or make negative parking requirements, or whatever the more extreme version that would
I
be.
think that's where Commerce is coming from as well.
Okay,
And
thank
and I
you.
just want to clarify too, that is the goal. I want to be mindful that we're not making hard and fast commitments today. We are, I believe, the first city to begin
We
work.
are.
We are.
Commerce will be issuing guidance on this, but they're not expecting to do that until sometime later in 2026. And so the staff keeps saying we're at the bleeding edge and we're really helping them figure out how this will all work.
Yeah. So we are the first out of the gates on the, potentially, on the TOD bill.
And I take it that's because it makes sense to address this at the same time as
Correct.
the hearings board decision.
Yeah, and we will still be looking for you to affirm later, by motion that you concur that we should continue working on this, at least analyzing it.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Yeah, some of my questions were answered in the previous discussion, but, so I only have a couple of minor clarifications. So when we say we're gonna modify the layout, like the assumption is modifying means removing something and adding an equal portion, or am I hearing that that's what we assume the guidance is gonna be from Commerce that they haven't issued yet? But is that what we're?
It may not quite be that black and white. Modifying just is the process of determining where the line goes. It's, what's in front of you is a squiggle line based
Okay.
on literally the black and white definition of half-mile walk from the
Yeah, okay.
station. So modifying is, okay, we need to go, actually determine where the line goes.
Okay.
Maybe I'll use some plainer language, square it off, do the things that we outlined in the guidelines that make sense.
Okay. And then my only other clarification, and this was sort of the question that was asked earlier about the FAR in the area. I just want to sort of clarify for the community that's watching this that we're not necessarily saying that the rules are going to be equal within the line, right? Like at some
That's
point,
correct.
some of these areas will have one rule, different areas will have different rules. We're just looking for an average within this line.
That's absolutely correct. And I want to clarify that establishing the boundary line, having that discussion and making those decisions is a policy, these are policy matters that will be in front of the council. So these are your decisions to make. We are getting you ready for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Weinberg.
A somewhat high-level question. 1491 is a transit-oriented development bill, and I presume because it says transit-oriented development, we don't have the option of considering other areas on the island that are much further away from the train station, like, for example, where the old City Hall is, or the South End Shopping Center, or where the Boys and Girls Club used to be over on West Mercer Way. We have to be within walking distance of the train station to do this, right?
Yeah, it's a really important observation, and I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember Weinberg. The TOD bill, there are a handful of cities that fall under the requirements of the TOD bill. It is absolutely tied to transit. We have a station, we are in the club. So it is driving density around our station. The Growth Management Hearing Board order is not that specific. The density we anticipate needing to take could conceivably go elsewhere, but we're asking you to look ahead a few years and say, look, you have to add density in the town center based on this other directive. It likely makes sense. Certainly, this is where you would want to engage with your community to take both and put it in the north end of the island. There's something we haven't talked about in great detail yet, but your density decisions are also driven by other things like infrastructure, sewer, water, roads, stormwater. That's something that Jason Kittner and his team are actively working on in partnership with the planning department on this compliance matter. So something else to think about as we evaluate where that density goes. There's other reasons that it likely makes sense to put it around the north end of the island. Thank you for raising that.
Yeah, sure.
Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of along the lines of what Ted was asking, I'm looking at the map and I'm looking at the yellow multifamily 3 in the lower right, and I assume that's Shorewood. I mean, does it make sense? Would it be permissible to pull the boundary to capture something that's already more densely zoned? Or would that probably not fly because they're going to say, look, nobody's going to walk that?
Those decisions are still being evaluated, and I just want to avoid today getting into like where the line goes.
Yeah,
but
I
if-
understand. I couldn't resist, though.
No, this is exactly where the conversation is headed in the next couple of council meetings. And so we will look at that. You know, it's good that this map is in front of you now, so you can think about, and we're documenting your questions. It's a good one. So could we kind of bulge it out in one direction to capture another area that makes more sense? I will say the answer is maybe.
Okay.
Needs to be evaluated.
Good. Yeah, and I know we're probably running up against, I don't know how much time we have, but.
Actually,
With
just.
all the time in the world.
Yeah, actually, council, and
Yeah,
for
the
community
game doesn't
members.
start till 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, for anyone that might be watching or watching this later, your first 2 agenda items are the highest priority for today. If we don't get to the finance presentation, we'll move it to Tuesday. Tuesday's council meeting. So it matters a lot that we work through this topic thoroughly and not rush, so we're fine. You're not gonna get a lunch break though, by the way, so.
Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, follow-up question. So I'm stuck on the calendar, and I'm stuck on the compliance, and I'm stuck on the community outreach. Can you tell me how all of those play and how we get compliance done?
Thank you for continuing to raise the timeline. It's terrifyingly short. We will acknowledge that the list of work that, in fact, we're not even through the slide deck yet. We're only on item 2. There's 2 more coming, is long. We have reprioritized our work plan. I have not formally brought the work plan back to you. There are some items that are just gonna get pushed off our to-do list so that we can make room for this, to be candid. That is one path. We are literally dropping everything to work on this. We will be coming back to you for some additional resource needs. The current staff and consulting level is not enough to deliver this work by July, but we've been working behind the scenes to address that. Council, this is the first time you are seeing all of this material presented comprehensively. I know we started to get emails yesterday from community members concerned. Later today, at the conclusion of the planning session, we will be issuing a press release, kind of in the manner of, here's what's going on, heads up. We will also be going live with a Let's Talk page. And then at the end, maybe before we conclude this item, would be happy to do a quick round robin with you on what you think appropriate community engagement looks like. I believe one of the first things that we really have to do, especially over the next few weeks, is just help the community understand what all of this means. It has taken us months to unpack all this, and we do this job for a living. So I can imagine how overwhelming this will feel for somebody that's just seeing it for the first time. I do think a community meeting, maybe an information session or a couple would be appropriate. So you can be thinking about that. And if we don't have time to get to that today, I'm happy to talk, offline one-on-one with each of you about your ideas.
I think if it's appropriate, maybe we'll consider one of our motions being a public engagement proposal that we can review. Is now the right time for my ideas?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think as we sort of think about the transit-oriented development, one piece here is that, it needs to be thought of in a way that is conducive for folks that are walking, biking to the transit station. So a couple of questions that I have, and Jason's here, is, as we sort of think about our CIP and TIP, do we need to think about how we're going to translate these changes into impact fees to ensure that our facilities are sort of up to speed and up to par for delivering essential services, sewage, water, et cetera, as well as safety as it comes to walking, parking, and riding bikes? Don't need an answer obviously right now, but I would appreciate if there's sort of something we can circle back to on that. The second piece is on the parking requirements. One question I have is, if forever this blob sort of ends up looking like, if we need to have sort of a residential parking program in that area, if there's not going to be space in a lot of these units designated for parking, you could easily end up in a position where there's a lot of people parking on the street. So a question I would have is, do we need to limit that in some way, whether it's, one parking pass per unit, one parking pass per lot, just so we're not creating a situation where there are, folks buy a place, rent a place that doesn't have any parking, and then are surprised that doesn't have any parking and are sort of just circling the block endlessly looking for a place to park. So those are two ideas that I would have, and obviously open to feedback from the council, but if that is something the staff could consider as we move forward.
We will, as you're sharing your questions and your ideas, we're writing it all down, not prepared for a response just yet today. We did some foundational work on parking, so we're in position to make some policy changes should we need to pursue that, especially as we look out a few more years, development starts to happen, the new regulations around parking kick in, there's not enough. That may not be a do-it-today action, but it's definitely a revisit, not to mention the Sound Transit Station is opening here in a few months.
Yep, lots of activity potentially in this area, so. Councilmember Weiberg, is that an old hand or new hand?
It wasn't old hand, but there was another thing I wanted to ask about, a follow-up on your question about the impact fees. City Manager Bond mentioned earlier that there's likely going to be an overall increase in the number of units, not just the 1239 that's required. And I presume when we're thinking impact fees, we're thinking about the impact to all of the infrastructure and services of the community, like ambulances. If we have a lot more people on the island, there's going to be more need for medical help. Additional street lanes, a 2-lane street is just not going to do during rush hour, that things will back up. Additional water and sewer pipes, additional classrooms in schools. If we have a lot more kids in the island, we might need more capacity there. I presume that the mechanism that has been used in the past for dealing with that is impact fees. But is there another mechanism that that we would need to consider when we get to that point?
Possibly, yes. I'm going to work backwards real quick. I wanted to make the council aware, earlier this week, I did meet with Superintendent Fred Rundle. I really did a high flyover of this issue with him, so he understood what was coming. We have a work session with the school board, I believe it's February 5th. This will be on the agenda, let's call it more casually, just to talk about what's happening. And then we recommended that the council and the school board may want to come back together around April to talk kind of, once the council's moved through some of this work, to talk again about what this means for the school district. We do have impact fees in place for both parks and transportation. They apply to new development. There are, I think, Allison, there's a fire.
We don't currently have a fire impact fee, but that's something we could look to bring online, and that can help pay for, when we need new apparatus to serve growing capacity. So like, we need a new ladder truck or something like that. We need more ambulances. We do currently have school impact fees as well. They're just zeroed out currently because the school district is not anticipating enrollment growth. But if that were to change, we could start charging that impact fee again.
One of the things I will flag for all of you, and Robbie's in the back of the room listening, there is a bill, maybe 2 bills at this point, moving through the legislature that would limit impact fees. So that is a concern as we're being asked to take density, that there could be restrictions applied. And what that's based on is the legislative view that lowering the barrier to new development translates to housing units. But Councilmember Weinberg, you're bringing up our concern is that, well, on the backside of that, we have a whole bunch of infrastructure needs that are growing, and we need the ability to pay for them. So that's something that we're watching closely in the legislature. My last comment is, if you think about the comprehensive plan, and of course, we are technicians of the document, so I will try not to go too technical. The technicals that you just identified are absolutely right. We have a level of service standard that governs how our transportation network is developed, and it gives us the tools to analyze what capacity is and what needs to be changed because of density. So that work is all happening now because of this.
Can I piggyback on that?
Yeah.
So one of the requirements in the GMA is that all of the elements of the comp plan be consistent with each other, and there's an internal consistency requirement for the comp plan. So as we bring forward any changes related to the station area or adding capacity, the comp plan will be required to bring back those policy responses in the transportation element, the capital facilities element. And the council will have an opportunity to review those policy responses and respond to the analysis that we present with that. So all of those issues will be coming back as part of this project, because we can't have a land use element that says we're doing this and then our capital facilities element says something else. So it all has to be consistent and tied together.
Part of the work that's been happening behind the scenes over the last several months is I've been meeting regularly with our public works, utilities, and transportation teams, as well as Matt Mornick from finance, to start digging into analyses of what the impacts might be on the infrastructure and thinking through how do we use tools like impact fees or connection charges to help offset those impacts.
Council, you also did just direct us to begin evaluating connection fees for your utilities. So one of the charges that the finance department has had is to go look at all of the fees and the things we're currently doing and make sure we're up to 2026 levels. So that work is happening and will be in front of you, I believe, this year.
And if I can have one follow-up?
Sure.
Yeah. I should clarify also in my testimony that getting an extra ambulance without people to actually operate it is just an empty vehicle that's not going to save lives. So it would involve operational costs of, I mean, you can't send an ambulance out with one person in it very effectively. It's a standard 3-person crew that goes out. So we're looking at significant increase in the number of full-time people working in a fire station if we need to expand to meet this new population on the island. So I think it's both infrastructure cost and also significant operational cost.
Yeah, this comment is not intended to be flipped, but you're absolutely right, and we have no additional resources to do that. In fact, I've been talking to Jeff Thomas about the further implementation of all of this planning work. It really is starting to look to me like we are gonna have to dedicate more planning staff to implementing over the next 20 years, all of this work. And I do not know how to pay for that, given the city's fiscal situation. So just to pile on the challenging news of today, that is another serious component.
Councilmember Wicker.
This one might be for Robbie, but I imagine you guys are in communication. So are there any new housing bills about density or TOD in the current legislature? Because if we get more work to do on March 12th, that's just going to compound all of this and the deadline we have.
This could take us down a rabbit hole today, so I will just answer and say, yes, there are a handful of housing bills that have popped back up. Some of them are familiar to us. I do not have the numbers memorized, but we are tracking. There's a legislative meeting this afternoon that we'll have staff attending, and then we'll be sharing that with you and evaluating how we might approach
And
those.
Robbie just sat down behind you. You want to give him the mic for 2 minutes, or is that enough?
Council, I think it would be better to move on. We have a lot ahead of us, and I will just make a note, Robbie's sitting behind me, that we will maybe even today include a list of housing bills in our weekly email to you, so you have that information.
That'd be awesome, thanks.
Okay.
There's a lot to unpack here.
Council, just a quick time check. We've been at it for a bit here. Lunch is here. We have a handful of more slides in front of us and one more major agenda item today. How would you like to take a break now and get food and come back, or what would be your pleasure?
We're on 25 of 32.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
Let's keep going, and we can maybe take a break in between.
These next sections are a little less intense. We front-loaded the presentation, anticipating a lot of questions here. So from the hearings board decision, we're going to be shifting gears now from the TOD bill. This next section that we'll be talking about is not related to the TOD bill. It's just from the hearings board decision. So this is more directly related to those issues from the hearings board decision. As we mentioned earlier in the presentation, the board's decision is going to require the city to implement some adequate provisions to address affordable housing, and then also adopt some anti-displacement policies. Fortunately, our comprehensive plan already has some policies in the updated housing element that was adopted in November of 2024. We had intended, or the plan was to implement these over the life of the comprehensive plan, which is a 20-year period. And in effect, the board's decision indicated that we should be implementing these at the time that the comp plan was adopted, rather than over the life of the plan. And so what we're looking for, what we wanted to discuss today, was what some of those policies from the existing housing element are, and then get your direction on moving forward to comply with the board's decision about adequate provisions and anti-displacement policies. Get your direction on implementing those policies that are already in the comprehensive plan now, in the housing element today. We can implement those through this project. So in the housing element that was adopted in 2024, there were some policies directed at adequate provisions, which are those incentives and mandatory provisions for, to encourage affordable housing. Of those strategies, I've simplified them here. They're a little bit more nuanced in the plan, but they listed, the policies in the housing element listed multifamily tax exemption, or MFTE, a permit fee reduction or waiver, reduced parking requirements, a fee in lieu program, and inclusionary zoning as some of the strategies that the city might deploy over the 20-year planning period of the housing element. And what we would like is to get direction from the council about analyzing these 5 options for adequate provisions and then bringing back some of that analysis. Again, focusing on those strategies that are already in the housing element rather than going and looking for other strategies outside of what's already in the housing element.
There's a tiny, tiny little silver lining here in today's presentation. The fee in lieu portion of this list, you directed us last year to start work on that. We paused it in the fall, only just to say, hey, it's coming back under this umbrella. So we have one item on the list that's pretty far along, actually, and we'll be bringing that back.
Any questions on these 5 policies from the comp plan before I keep rolling to anti-displacement?
Yeah, Councilmember Weicker.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Andral.
Yeah, at what point do I express my strong feelings about the MFTE?
You can do that now. I do want to flag that MFTE is also a requirement of the TOD bill. So
it's no longer optional for cities?
It is not optional.
Okay. Well,
It is not optional for us because we qualify under the TOD bill, let me clarify.
Well, it is directly taking money out of our residents' pockets to subsidize a developer. And I'm just so opposed to it. But if, I'm not going to advocate for non-compliance.
I do understand, we had an MFTE policy, we took it off the books, and now we'll be bringing it back. Just a reminder, as this body of work comes before you, there will be policy decisions. There will be discussion and policy decisions for the council. But we will be required to have an MFTE exemption.
Okay, and like on the permit fee waiver or reduction, would that be like tied to something where the planning department already had pre-approved a certain set of plans or something like that? So that we're not actually giving city money away by not doing a review, but the review, if you decide to go into an approved footprint, then of course we don't have to do anything.
I'm gonna have Jeff maybe take that one.
It's possible in some instances. So for example, there are a handful of jurisdictions at least that, for example, have pre-approved ADU plans that people can choose to build. For some of what we're talking about in this this TOD boundary area, I don't know how much opportunity there's going to be for pre-setting, building designs and plans. I think there's going to be a lot of customization that we'll end up seeing just because of the, we're not doing a fresh plat, greenfield plat of 10,000 square foot lots, right? That are all 50 by, 200 or something like that.
Jeff, can you say a little bit more about what permit fee reductions and waivers means, or the theme, I guess?
Yeah, so in the instance of a building permit, there's a required fee that gets calculated for payment to the city to be able to issue that building permit. So it could involve that. It could involve other land use applications that are necessary to move forward with the project. I think some of that, there will be some discretion with the council to have that discussion and make some decisions on that. Whether it's a percentage reduction or complete waivers, it could depend on the type of proposal that's being put forward. For example, we were discussing earlier about the 0 to 30% permanent supportive and non-permanent supportive housing. So that could be an area of discussion for the council to try and incentivize some of that activity through this mechanism.
One of the things that this could look like is the city, dedicating staff resources, not fully collecting on the cost of issuing a permit. That is a potential for an affordable housing development. I mean, there's quite a range of scenarios here. This will be something for you to talk about, right? Because I think, as Councilmember Weinberg just mentioned, there's a cost of all of this to us.
And it's worth pointing out too that the direction we're requesting today is the first analysis of what that might look like. We're not asking you to say yes or no on either and on any of these policies, but rather just direct us to analyze these, and this is the starting point. Again, rather than going and finding new strategies, let's start with the strategies already in the housing element. So there will be a lot of opportunity as we bring back that analysis for you to refine what any of these policies would look like once they were adopted.
Should we move on? Thanks.
Some more questions. Councilmember Reynolds.
Oh, never mind.
Thanks for not cutting me off. Just want to make sure I understand, the 5 items that are on this slide, in the comp plan, they were there as items to consider. And it sounds like the MFTE is a requirement now.
Yeah.
Which of the other 4 have actually been requirements as opposed to things you're saying it's time to consider them?
So under the TOD bill, the MFTE, the reducing parking requirements, and the inclusionary zoning requirements those are all things that the TOD bill would require in the station area. Not citywide, but only in that station area around the transit station. The fee in lieu is another project that's not explicitly required by the TOD bill. But as Jesse was saying, we've done some work on that already. And then the permit fee reduction or waiver is a local choice.
And if we take the MFTE as an example, is it specific about what the MFTE looks like? And, the threshold for what you have to do to be eligible for it, how long the exemption lasts, et cetera?
There are some state requirements we would need to.
And how do they compare to the requirements in our prior list? And if you don't know the answer now, that's something to bring up later, I guess.
I think it would be better to bring that analysis back. One of the things we can do today too is make sure you have the links to the bills that we've been referencing. That way, if you're awake at 2 a.m. and want to go read bill language, you can do so.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shea.
Yes, so the fee and lieu, Deputy Mayor Becker and I went to the Arch Regional Coalition for Housing Orientation for newly electeds, and they mentioned that for fee and lieu, when developers pay that to not have to build the affordable housing unit, that doesn't count towards credit towards our 1,239 units of affordable housing. So if you can clarify that.
Yeah, so if they're paying rather than building a unit on site, the city would use those funds that are collected from the fee and lieu towards construction of units in another project. So we'd likely put them into a affordable housing fund for, kind of a holding period while we determine what projects we would like to fund directly. That could be part of the direct delivery that we're gonna talk about in a minute. So we could use that revenue towards construction of units in Mercer Island, or we can provide it to Arch for projects anywhere in East King County.
And that would all fall under this adequate provisions piece too, yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg.
And just to follow up on Councilmember Shea's point, if we were to get a fee in lieu, if we were to contribute that towards any Arch-funded projects outside of Mercer Island, it sounds like that would not count towards our 1,239 requirement. Or would it?
It's complicated. We still need to have capacity in Mercer Island for the 1239 and all of those income segments. But we may be able to get some credit for production of units, you know, through the Arch Coalition and other cities in East King County. It's not 100% clear how that would be calculated and how those units would be allocated out to each of the cities that contributes funds. That all still needs to be worked out.
Okay. And one other question, if I may. I presume that it's still the case that CPD is required to cover all of its permitting costs with its fees. Therefore, everywhere that we offer a discount or a waiver of a fee, we're essentially shifting that cost to the other permit applicants. Is that correct?
Possibly, maybe I'll invert that. The fees we collect for permitting must go to permit-related expenses. It can't go to other things in the city.
And Councilmember Weinberg is correct. Council policy that came from discussion a number of years ago now when we updated the fee schedule was to have a target of complete cost recovery.
Okay, thank you.
For permitting.
All right, now we can move on.
Thanks.
So similarly, why didn't that advance? Sorry. Let me stop sharing and reshare my screen.
We have broken the technology.
The technology wants to go to lunch.
Yeah.
There we go. So similarly, there were some anti-displacement measures that were already adopted in the housing element. And in addition to exploring those adequate provision policies, we would also like your direction to kind of use this as our starting point for anti-displacement policies or anti-displacement measures. There's two key policies from the housing element related to anti-displacement. They're seeking partnerships to catalog our naturally occurring affordable housing, so we can find where that is and work towards preserving it. And then evaluation and adoption of some tenant protections, and that would include things like a notice of a rent increase or requiring relocation assistance in those times where redevelopment might cause some displacement. So again, we're not looking for you to say that these are the things that we want to do for sure, but this is our starting point where we can do some analysis and come back to you with some more information about these anti-displacement policies.
If I may throw up another flag here on this conversation, having worked with many of you for several years, you've often asked, what are we doing, in the area of tenant protections? It looks like we will be headed that direction now. This type of work does require staff resources to administer and oversee, and I'm just flagging that again. A common theme here is it's not just the work we have to do to adopt the policies, it's how we're going to navigate and steward them in the coming years, which also has me a little bit concerned.
Any questions on anti-displacement measures?
Councilmember Anderell.
Of course. Well, working for me and Jake here. So this is just an observation, and it's just the way it's laid out. It seems like these are really at cross purposes with each other, because what you're talking about doing is tearing down affordable housing for redevelopment. So you're going to try to catalog and preserve naturally occurring affordable housing, but then when the developer tears that down, we're going to create non-affordable housing probably, and or only a small percentage of it will be 10, 15%. And then, so we're going to try to do something to protect the tenants in those situations. It's just, these things seem at cross purposes.
Yes.
And I think also one of the challenges with naturally occurring affordable housing is that it doesn't necessarily show up on a map. You have to kind of go look for it and see where it is. And once we know where it is, we can take other steps to help keep that from redeveloping, or find ways to help those folks that may be displaced return. So it is, The first step would be identifying where those places might be. That's the intention of that cataloging
Yeah.
naturally occurring affordable
Now, is
housing.
this island-wide, or is this just within the purple circle?
The anti-displacement measures would need to apply citywide.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
not
island-wide.
transit, they're not TOD specific.
Okay, thanks.
Any
Okay.
other questions on that? Great. So then my computer's not cooperating. So then our third motion is related to those two. Again, we're looking for direction today to start our work on adequate provisions and anti-displacement measures, to start that work at the existing policy in the existing housing element. That's motion 3. I'm gonna keep rolling here because we're getting close. The next issue that we wanted to bring up, or the next conversation we wanted to have, was around direct delivery of affordable housing. So in addition to those incentives and mandatory provisions that make up our adequate provisions, the city can also do things, as we've talked about a few times in the meeting today, to participate in direct delivery of those affordable units. That would be things like fee and lieu program, which we talked about, or our partnerships with Arch, which we brought up too. And we wanted to get your direction on this general idea for future consideration, so we can bring back some of that analysis of, this is one of the arrows in the quiver.
Right. The words direct investment on the screen literally mean that. It would be looking at the city putting resources into developing affordable housing through their contribution of land, funding. We've taken this about as far as it is on this slide, but we believe it is worth it to at least analyze these options. The way I think about it, if I can explain it plainly as possible, is a direct delivery approach, which is tied to the need for a whole lot of resources, starts to bring down the additional land capacity a little bit. So there's a balance there. I think, again, I'm getting into a data conversation. I don't have data to show you today, but that's something that we'd like to bring back, at least so that you can take a look at what that might be. Key word on the screen is partnerships. The city doesn't have the resources to build affordable housing directly. My hope is over the next several years, those doors, those partners will become more visible. Arch is one, but the state, in my opinion, certainly needs to produce some funding to deliver what they've at least mandated through the legislation.
One question I have on that for evaluation, I think it's in Bellevue, but there is a sort of public-private partnership. I think Bellevue might have donated the land, or I'm not gonna get the details wrong here, but there was an agreement, I think, with the Bellevue School District, where some of those affordable units went to their employees. I don't know how feasible it is, but I think as we think of city employees as well as school district employees on Mercer Island, I think something we often hear is people would love to live here if they could, but it's not financially feasible. As we think about this level of direct investment, if there is an opportunity for city employees and school district employees, as we think about partnerships, I think that's something worthwhile considering.
I would just even take it one step further. My hunch is if we examine the entirety of the workforce that comes to Mercer Island to deliver services, a vast majority do not live here. So that includes our retail workers and other types of businesses. I agree there's an interesting opportunity here to think about how we can take this body of work and actually benefit the workforce, including our own city workforce.
Yep. Councilmember White. Oop.
Sorry, I'm still stuck here. Can you remind me how we're going to get all of this stuff done?
Well, we do have a nice slide at the end of this presentation.
Should I hold my horses then? Okay.
That
Feeling a little overwhelmed
may or may
here.
not help.
Yeah.
The, Adam, do you want to forward then?
Yeah.
Motion 4, let's go to that first.
Okay.
So there's motion 4, which just relates to the direct delivery of, the direct delivery approach that we just briefly discussed. And then let's roll to the next slide. This slide is simply just putting all the motions on one slide for you, and Mayor, perhaps we'll circle back to this when you're ready. Next slide. Final slide, Councilmember Weicker. Moving forward from today, we're planning on February 17th, coming back to you with a significant amount of information for the council and for the public. And then you can see, you know, just chunked out February, March, we would use to queue everything up with the city council. That gets us into April, May, ish would be planning commission review, public hearing and recommendation, and then back to the city council in the summer to try and get to July 31st. And I did not have this date earlier off the top of my head, but September 15th is the compliance hearing, at which Kim will be presenting the results of the city's work to the Growth Management Hearings Board. That is the final slide.
Question?
Yes.
Just looking at the schedule and wondering out loud and looking at my little calendar, are we gonna be thinking about like adding a third meeting during some months? I see that March very handily has 5 Tuesdays.
What budget, tell them.
I think they would have been able to figure it out themselves.
Yeah, I guess we forgot to tell you, we'll be seeing you every Saturday until July 31st.
Yeah.
Council, your direction today, one of the important things about affirming, if that's where we land, the strategies we presented is it allows us to build out a very specific roadmap of actions, coming back to you, presenting things in draft, the legislative review process, and the planned adoption. So that schedule will be coming back to you very specifically. I think what I want to call out, especially for our community who's following along here, is we've talked several times that most of these items, and there's you know dozens and dozens of them, would take a year or more to develop. There would be ample opportunity for community feedback. We are working on a really compressed timeline, and it is going to be difficult for us. We will do our best to use our Let's Talk page and other opportunities for, you know, to share information. Much of this work does at some point require a public hearing, so we have standards, noticing standards. We will be engaging, but this is significant. So, Councilmember Riker, we have cleared your schedule to the extent we could to make room for this work. I will say we may need some extra meetings. Let's let it give us a week or two here to get it mapped out more specifically.
Can you remind me of the procedures to get this work done? Like, how do you do a comp plan amendment? Like,
Yep,
I
I'll
just
have
don't-
Jeff tackle that.
So that would be our legislative review process that's outlined in our Chapter 19 code. Essentially, the council establishes a work program item. Staff does its analysis and prepares materials, including a staff report. Then that moves to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission conducts the required public hearing that's outlined in code, deliberates, and then formulates a recommendation that they send to City Council. Council finishes the legislative review process in the form of reviewing an ordinance, reviewing the Planning Commission's recommendations, making any amendments to the Planning Commission's recommendation that the council sees fit, and then adopting an ordinance.
follow up?
Go for it.
Again, thinking about time, I don't think we have time for that. How do we do it faster? Do we have any other ways to get this done by July 29th?
Possibly. I think it's something staff would want to look at that, confer with our city attorney and legal counsel, and that's certainly something we could put some time into and come back to the council and report on.
If you wanted that to be, I guess, part of the work program or bringing back, then I might advise you give us direction to analyze I think you're pointing to the legislative review process, the multiple steps we have to go through. I would like to ask then that we get direction from the majority of council to pursue that if that's the pleasure of the council.
I need to come up with some kind of motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, give me a minute.
Let's do this. If we're done with the presentation, why don't we?
We are.
All right, if we can get all the motions on the screen here, let's just try to move through these one by one, noting from Councilmember Weicker that this might not be inclusive of all the motions that we'll tackle today. So is there a motion to direct staff to prepare a revised land capacity analysis to evaluate residential land capacity at each housing affordability range and return to the City Council in February 2026 with the analysis?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Deputy Mayor Becker. Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, motion passes. Is there a motion to direct staff to evaluate aligning compliance with the GMHB order and HB 1491, the 2021 TOD bill, and establish the first follow-up with City Council for February 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Weinberg and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Is there any discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker. Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, before you read that next motion, I want to remind council that was very specifically tied to the guidelines we presented, 1 through 4. This is an optional motion if you concur with those. Otherwise, we will assume that there was consensus to generally follow that path. If you want this motion, I would just recommend it read, confirm the guidelines for developing the stationary boundary, guidelines number 1 through 4, and direct staff to return the City Council in February 2026 with a draft stationary map.
Would anyone like to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Deputy Mayor Becker. Any discussion? The clerk will call the roll, please.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Is there a motion to direct the staff to finalize a work plan and schedule to implement the policies from the housing element of the comprehensive plan to address the adequate provisions and requirements to increase the supply of affordable housing and anti-displacement policies to reduce displacement risk? Bring the work plan and schedule to the City Council for review and approval in February 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Deputy Mayor Becker. Any discussion?
I do have.
Yes.
I just want to confirm the intent of the motion. We had, I believe there were 5 options under that, the policies. Are we committing with this motion to adopt all of those 5 or to study those 5?
To set a work plan and a schedule for your consideration of them.
Okay, thank you.
Let's just double down on that for a sec. Everything that we're doing today is not, we're not changing anything. We are essentially adopting our own work plan, which we've laid out, in tiers over the last few years because of the urgency of this work. So we are directing the staff to take on this work to then bring us the options valuation. We are not evaluating the options in any of these motions today.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Is there a motion to direct the staff to evaluate opportunities for direct delivery of affordable housing through a combination of partnerships, fee and lieu programs, direct investment, the creation of a housing fund, and or other mechanisms, or return to the City Council in March of 2026 with a preliminary report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I would like to make another motion at this point to direct the staff to, and I know we're not supposed to be doing motions on the fly here, but to direct the staff to return to the city council with a public engagement plan in February of 2026.
So moved. Or second? If you made the motion, I'll second it.
Great. Motion was made by me and seconded by Councilmember Enderl.
And I captured, direct the staff to return to the city council with a public engagement plan in February 2026. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
That is my motion, and I would ask for feedback from the staff.
Do we need this, or are you just gonna do it anyway?
Yeah, plan, I think the word plan can mean a lot of things. If I'm interpreting that to mean, you know, schedule kind of that identifies the action and touches, so as long as we're in agreement with that.
Yeah, this is not meant to be, we need the dates, times, and Zoom links. I think this is more of an overarching
Yeah.
proposal. Any discussion beyond what I just said?
Nope.
Okay, please call a roll.
Councilmember Weicker,
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker,
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral,
Aye.
and Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any other motions?
I have a motion
Go
on the
for it.
fly, based on this timeline that is freaking me out. I direct staff to provide city council with legislative procedural options to help the city comply with the Growth Management Hearing Board order compliance deadlines.
We'll go from comply with the growth.
Comply with GMHB. I don't know if it's compliance first or order first, GmbH or order compliance deadlines. I think order is first.
GMHB order.
GMHB order compliance deadlines. I'm just,
Councilmember, I captured direct staff to provide city council with a legislative procedure options to help the city council comply with the GMHB order compliance deadlines.
deadlines.
And
I think it's
that-
procedural.
I think it is, I think you were focused on the legislative review, so it's a legislative review
Right.
procedure.
How do we,
I would just put the word review after legislative review, sorry, legislative review. And if we've got that correct, I might recommend it be read back.
Yep. Direct staff to provide the city council with the legislative review procedural options to help the city comply with the GMHB order compliance deadline.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Weicker, second by Councilmember Reynolds. Is there any discussion? I guess I would ask, do we need to add a time to that, or is this gonna be, is that enough direction?
I will commit, why don't we, can we leave it open-ended? I'd like a little time to talk with legal, and I would anticipate we'll be back in February, but might need to be the first meeting in March, so.
That works for me. Anyone else?
as soon
Discussion?
as possible?
Please call a roll.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that concludes that item. If folks are amenable, I would suggest we take a 15-minute recess to grab some food and shuffle around a little bit and come back here since we're running a little bit behind. I know we do have a hard stop at the end of the day. Does that work for everyone?
Sure.
Okay, the city council will now go into recess for lunch for the next 15 minutes until 12:45. Welcome back to the City Council. All right, welcome back. The City Council was in recess from 12:30 to 12:45 p.m. Our next item of business, AB 6840, next steps for city facilities, and we will welcome back City Manager Jesse Bond.
Good afternoon again, City Council. Our mayor is keeping us on schedule here. Thank you, Dave. Okay, I think I've got everyone. Sitting to my left is Robbie Cunningham Adams. He's a senior management analyst in the city manager's office. Robbie was one of the lead staff on the PSM facility project and the bond measure. To my right is Jason Kittner, our chief of operations, and sitting next to him is Kelly Hildy, one of the deputy directors in the public works department. Council, this has been a little bit of a non-traditional planning session. We scheduled it right out of the gates this year. We had two very important items that we need to spend time on. You just got through one of them, and this is the second one, which is providing some feedback and guidance on the next steps regarding our city facilities planning work. This agenda item is structured just a little bit differently. It's more like a traditional work session. So what we will do is there are two breaks in the presentation where we have drafted some facilitation discussion type questions. I encourage you to continue eating lunch. I have a few slides, actually a handful of slides to get through before we get to the first discussion break. And one final note, in your packet, the slide deck that we published last night is a monster. It is really long. We're not going to go through all those slides. We have traditionally, when it comes to this project, put in all the background slides just so that anyone joining the conversation at this point in time knows a little bit more about what happened. All right, Robbie's going to drive the deck for me. So our agenda for this discussion item, we've really broken it up into, looking back on what happened and taking time to reflect and debrief on the decisions, the outcome of the bond measure, even a little bit of discussion about the PSM facility proposed project itself. And then we'll look forward and start talking about what the next steps look like, the council's vision, and some initial ideas you have about how we might proceed. From there, we'll touch briefly on some next steps. So I had the staff, next slide please, put together this graphic. I'm not sure we've ever presented the city facilities like this, but we've been very focused the last couple of years on a couple of buildings that are problematic for us. But this shows really all of the, almost, actually I should caveat that, almost all of the buildings that we have stewarded since 2023. It's dynamic. We decommissioned the Tully's building in that time frame, and we also added the police modular buildings and purchased the 9655 building. What's not included here, other things like the Luther Burbank boiler building, even the reservoir facility would probably fall under this list. So that's a lot. I'll come back to some of these buildings in just a moment. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the looking back, this part of the discussion really touches on the long-range facility planning work we did, the decision to permanently close City Hall, where we are with interim facilities, and the recently proposed PSM facility and the bond measure. All right, looking back, kind of four things here. I'm going to just spend a little more time on long-range facility planning. I want to make sure this council has their arms around the work that we actually completed. Take a moment to reflect on decisions around the permanent closure of City Hall. I do want to dive a little deeper into our interim facility situation, and then really spend some time on the PSM facility as it was proposed, and again, reflections from the bond measure. Council, I think this is a good moment to mention thank you to all of you for the work that you did in the years preceding the bond measure vote, and even the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks, the important conversations you've been having with the community, and that feedback actually helped inform the development of this presentation. Okay, long-range facility planning. Next slide. Go ahead. I've been saying it wrong. I realized that in the last couple of weeks. I've been saying that we started the long-range facility planning and stopped, and that wasn't quite true. So part of my goal in putting these slides in front of you was to make sure you have your arms wrapped around the work that we did complete. As a reminder, Council, it was in 2022 that you directed us to begin developing a long-range plan to address the aging facilities. We funded that planning work in the 2023-2024 budget. It was intended to be phased. I'll talk about that in a minute. But what we were looking at then is, again, that list of buildings that I just showed you. That's a very long list of assets that we steward, all aging, some of them older than others. And we needed a plan. We needed a roadmap that identified the systems, that were going to need to be replaced. And we needed to phase that out over, probably 30 to 40 years. Next slide, please. When we started this planning work, we grouped the buildings. We prioritized them. So the vision was that the first group would go through an assessment process, and then at some point we would come back and do the second group. Looking back at that time frame, I think it was this year, 2026, that we had intended to do the second group for assessment. In that first group was City Hall, the Public Works Building, the Luther Burbank Admin Building, the Thrift Shop, the Annex Building, and what is now the former Tully's Building. Next slide. So before we dive into some specifics, I just want to make sure the council has their arms around what I will describe as our portfolio of buildings. The Luther Burbank Admin Building, and I'm going to go kind of geographically here, in the Caretaker's House. And there is actually one more in Luther Burbank that's not on this slide, which is the Boiler Building. Luther Burbank houses youth and family services staff and other staff. It is almost 100 years old. It's about a 10,000 square foot facility. What I can say, this building has gone through a lot, including a handful of earthquakes. It's in okay condition. The systems are aging. We likely have some HVAC system work to do there, which is a common theme with all of our buildings. The Caretaker's House is literally the former Caretaker's House. We have repurposed it. We use it for primarily maintenance functions, parks, open space. If you haven't been there yet, we'd be happy to give you a tour. That's also where the city's plant nursery is. What I want to point out on the bottom of your screen, and I recognize some of you might have the closed captioning blocking this, we evaluated the Luther Burbank building. It's in fair condition. The Caretaker's House is in poor condition. Next slide. Moving to this campus where we are today, we have the Community and Event Center that was constructed in 2006. It's actually, considering our portfolio, one of our newer buildings. It's about 40,000 square feet, primarily constructed for parks and recreation purposes, but is now doing double and triple duty since City Hall closed. Certainly we've moved council chambers here. It also serves as a primary facility when we have an emergency response for shelters and other things. This building is considered to be in good condition. However, we do have a system that is near failure or has partially failed, which is our HVAC system. We should play like bingo every time I say HVAC today. So coming before you in this coming budget cycle will be plans to address the HVAC system. The Annex Building, an interesting building that we haven't talked a lot about in front with council. It's because City Hall and Public Works has taken the priority, but I put it here for your awareness. Sitting behind this building is basically the remnant of the former school that was here. This building is really at the end of its useful life. Has not risen up on the priority list for us to talk with council about because of the other investment priorities I just mentioned. It is a lease facility. We're doing what we can to keep it operable, but at some time we're going to have to revisit its future and its life. It was built in 1960, and we do have a number of facilities that were constructed during that time. We consider it to be in poor condition. Next slide. We've talked a lot about City Hall and the Public Works building, so I won't go into detail on those right now. But I did just want to, for continuity, put them on the slide deck. Next slide, please. Also, the thrift shop in the former Tully's building. I mentioned the Tully's building because it was in our portfolio when we started the long-range plan. We did assess it, and that assessment determined that we were going to invest more in repairing the building than it was likely worth. So the council made a decision to decommission it. We now have that property. We have constructed a parking area on that land. The thrift shop is in fair condition. We did complete some work there. I think long-term, we're going to have to continue investing in that building, and I'm just raising that up for awareness, again, for context. Next slide, please. Here's some good news in the presentation. We have 2 fire stations that are both in either good or great shape. In fact, the newest building we have in terms of age is Fire Station 92 at the south end. It was constructed in 2014. Fire Station 91, it's interesting, it falls into the same vintage of the community center and the 9655 building, approximately 30 years old. We're starting to see systems that need to be replaced or rehabilitated. And obviously we prioritize keeping these buildings in good operable shape. To clarify for anyone that might not completely understand this relationship, the city owns these buildings. We're responsible for maintenance and capital investments, but we operate our fire department in partnership with Eastside Fire and Rescue, and we are under contract with them for fire and emergency services. Both of the fire stations should be evaluated under a long-range facilities plan at some point in the very near future. We actually committed to doing that in our contract with Eastside Fire and Rescue. So this may not be something that makes the 2027-28 work plan, but something we need to probably get done at least by the next biennium after that. Next slide. New to us, since we started the long-range facility conversation, is the police temporary modular buildings, AKA the police trailers located on the City Hall campus. These buildings were brought in after the closure of City Hall to house a portion of the police operations. They do not meet all of our needs, but they are a stopgap at the moment while we continue to plan for a more permanent solution for police. The 9655 building, and I have a slide later in the deck that talks a little bit more about this, was acquired in 2025. It's right next to the City Hall campus. It was just vacated at the end of September. The tenant moved out, so we are now in, it is vacant right now. The city is planning to begin occupying it in 2026. Next slide. All right, so that is a light touch on some of the buildings that we steward. Council, I put this slide in your packet because I wanted to call out the work that was done on the long-range facility plan, and I'll talk about City Hall in a minute. Public Works, we completed a facilities conditions assessment on that building in its entirety in 2024. We used that to inform decisions, the decision to replace the building. We did complete what I will call a limited conditions assessment of Luther Burbank. So we have our arms around some of the things that are needed there, including HVAC improvements. And certainly on the higher list of priorities is addressing ADA accessibility and some other safety improvements. I already covered the Mercer Island thrift shop, but just to touch on it again, we closed last year for major maintenance. We dealt with some things that we simply could not let go any further. That building remains on our list we'll need some continued investments to keep it operable. The annex building we did not complete a conditions assessment. We may look at in this coming biennium funding at least a limited assessment because I am beginning to become more and more concerned about what it's taking to keep that building running. All right, and I already touched on Tully, so let's move on to the next piece. So this is just a summary of the long-range facility planning work we did and the outcomes. And what I wanted to really highlight is, although the work did not result in a final plan as we had envisioned, a lot of work was done. From that process, we determined that the Public Works building and the associated structures were recommended for replacement. That was due to the age, failing systems, some serious concerns with structural integrity, and the building's ability to withstand a significant seismic event. Overall, as you've seen, as I ran through those slides really quickly, our facilities portfolio is a range of ages, conditions, and functional capabilities. I wanted to put this slide in to remind you that keeping our buildings going is going to require sustained investment, either in systems or full building replacements over the next several decades. The same, we have to look at our buildings very intentionally, the same way we look at our sewer system, our water system, and our streets. There is a whole body of long-range facility planning work that we need to pick up. I do not think we will have the capacity or the means to do that before 2028. But it will be something that is on my mind, and I will be keeping in front of you as we move forward. So likely in the 2029, 2010 biennium. All right, that is just a snippet of some of the work that informed decisions that we made last year. I'm not going to go through the detail on all of these slides. I wanted to bring them back, though, because I think it's important for your discussion to think about what other information needs to be talked about regarding the permanent closure of City Hall and how that might inform our work going forward. Next slide. I put some dates on here just to remind us all when this happened. In April 2023, we discovered some broken tiles at City Hall. You all know this story really well by now. We vacated the building because those tiles were located next to an air handling unit. What I wanted to mention about April 2023 is when the staff left the building, we thought we were coming back. And it wasn't until much later in 2023 that we realized we were not. So at this point, we are displaced, but thinking we would maybe need a week or two, and then we would be returning. Next slide. By June and July of 2023, it became clear that we had a much bigger problem. We had detected settled dust, and I want to be really clear. The asbestos testing we did from April 2023 to the summer of 2023 did not detect any airborne asbestos, but we did find settled asbestos dust in the HVAC system, and it was quite a ways away from where those tiles were found. And so what that told us is likely those asbestos fibers had been introduced at some point in the history of the building. We think perhaps tied to a renovation project in the 80s, and it becomes settled in the system. I bring up this period of time because I'm curious. I certainly heard during our campaign for the PSM facility that some people didn't know we had closed City Hall. Some people didn't understand why. You know, I think many of us have owned homes that had asbestos tiles or things that had asbestos in them, but perhaps we didn't do a good enough job explaining the magnitude of the problem. This was not a situation where we could just go in and wipe the asbestos out of the HVAC system. It was settled in fiberglass insulation inside the HVAC system. It was going to require major deconstruction and then abatement. So, point in time here, July 2023, we're realizing we have a much bigger problem than we thought. Staff are still displaced. Police have moved multiple times, and we're starting to look at, more meaningful housing for our staff, places for them to work. Next slide, please. This is another point in time that I think it might be worth talking about. We came to the council in July. We had began to get our arms around what it was going to take to abate the building. to totally reoccupy City Hall, what we understood is that the HVAC system was gonna have to totally come out. We were gonna have to take out all of the ceilings, and because of the age of the building, likely upgrade all of the electrical, all the mechanical. When we came to you, in fact, I haven't gone and watched that video, the way I was explaining it is, right now, the cost estimate is 10 million, and it's rising. Do you want to continue? If I could go back and do that conversation over again, I think we would have taken it a step further and actually kept going just to get a more accurate ballpark, because at that moment it was 10 million and climbing, and we said, stop. This building isn't worth the reinvestment. I think that's a confusing moment when you present a $103 million bond measure and community members are saying, why don't you just spend the 10 million? So one of my questions for later on is, you know, what do we do about that information point? It wasn't complete. We also at that time looked at just cleaving off, literally, could we just cleave off the police department wing of City Hall, abate that, and make it function like a micro building until we could come up with a full replacement plan? Again, one of my regrets in hindsight is that we stopped work on that, because I think it presents an incomplete picture to the community. It was 4 million plus, we're not really sure how this is gonna work, and costs were rising. The asbestos was just part of the problem. There were other issues with the building that led to this decision. Next slide, please. When we came back to you, we had that conversation in July. When we came back to you in October, we had said, look, this is a much bigger problem. It's not just the asbestos. Our building is not up to standards, building and energy codes, and if we had gone forward with that abatement project, we would have had to bring all of our systems up to current codes. So now we're upgrading the HVAC system in a building that was basically constructed in 1960. Structurally, the building had major problems. The interior walls lacked the bracing. We were gonna have to go and reinforce them. Not to mention, most of the building is cinder block construction. Reflecting back on this conversation, do I think we could have done better explaining all this? Absolutely. I also want to remind you, the staff were displaced. It was probably one of the highest stress points in our team's life, trying to keep the city running while we're trying to figure out what to do with this massive building problem. Ultimately, the council directed us at that time to permanently close City Hall. So one of the things I want to talk about later is, we have a moment to breathe here. Was any of that problematic in the bond measure, and how might we address it going forward? In terms of the explanation, my position is City Hall, the closure of City Hall should not be revisited. I firmly believe that was the right decision, but recognize we're not successful with our first try at a bond measure. Okay, next slide, please. So what's happening since, what happened then? I want to call out particularly, I think police, and certainly municipal court, but police in a very problematic, we found ourselves in a very problematic situation, having no police department, no physical facility for our public safety professionals to operate out of. They first moved here, just short term. As we left City Hall, police was here. It was summer. In just a couple of months, we were in the summer of 2023, where this building is bursting. Police had to move again to Luther Burbank. Neither of these facilities are designed to be a police department. Something else that I think came up during the bond measure, during the campaign, was, well, what other options did you explore? And council, those of you that were on council at the time, you know, we were looking at every stone was being unturned. We weren't talking about it because those are real estate actions we were taking. We were going through the whole island, looking at properties we could potentially purchase or lease, and where could we put the police department. There was not a fit. I will just share that our police operations are more than just offices, right? They are intake facilities. They are a whole fleet of facilities. It is not something we just plug and play easily. This, I will say personally, was probably one of the hardest times in my career. I had a workforce that was frustrated, not able to do their job the way they would like. And we finally said, we don't have another better solution, so we brought in the modular buildings. That was not a quick move. That took us over a year to get them and get them here. The picture there on the screen, the lower right, is inside of the modular buildings before we moved in. The police chief is sitting in the back, so you'll have to tell me what face she makes when I say this. The buildings aren't bad. They're not bad. They're more modern than City Hall was, certainly. But they're temporary, and they absolutely do not provide everything that we need. But they are a stopgap, and they are getting us by right now. I will continue to advocate that one of our highest priorities is solving for the permanent facility needs of our police department. Next slide, please. What happened to everyone else? It's kind of a scatter shot. The court initially moved to the City of Kirkland City Hall, and then shortly thereafter moved to City of Newcastle City Hall, actually City of Kirkland Justice Center, and then the City of Newcastle City Hall. We are leasing space there. That partnership has made a lot of sense because we also provide court services for Newcastle. Your chambers is here now at the community center. The utility building team went to Public Works. On a daily basis, most of the staff, about 80% of the staff, are working somewhere on Mercer Island, even if they are not in a traditional office. Everyone else is rotating through home offices, shared workspaces, hidey holes all around the city buildings, Starbucks, other retail facilities on the island, wherever we can work. It is certainly difficult. I've been pretty measured in talking about the impact this has had on the team, but I will tell you it has been one of the most challenging times for us since City Hall closed. Next slide. All right, the last few slides here before we take a break and you have time to discuss the reflecting back is the PSM facility. How was that conceived? So following the decision to close City Hall, we actually came to you, it was 2 years ago at your planning session, knowing that the Public Works building was also in poor condition, City Hall was closed. The council gave direction to begin planning for a public safety and maintenance facility on the City Hall campus. That happened in March of 2024, and it became named the Public Safety and Maintenance Facility, reflecting what the council at that time, and I would still argue is still the case today, was the highest priorities to rehouse city services, the maintenance teams, and public safety. We knew at that time that we were likely aiming for a November 2025 bond measure. We kind of had that in our sights, and so we began pre-design and then design work. Next slide, please. This was a compressed timeline. I think in reflecting back on that, we really normally, under normal circumstances, it would have taken probably 18 months to get through what we call pre-design and then more formally schematic design. During this time, we are meeting internally. Our consultants are going through every square footage of our current facilities. They're really understanding our operations, what we need, what we have. We are touring facilities, keeping in mind that both the City Hall building and Public Works building are quite old. So we endeavored to go out and look at more modern facilities to help shape our planning process. We came to you in April of 2025 with a preferred concept that then led to the finalizing our schematic design. I want to acknowledge at this moment here that we were on a very compressed schedule. Where we fell short was certainly the community engagement side of this work, and I do acknowledge that. It was not for lack of trying. I also want to mention, just on a personal human side, Councilmember Jacobson passed away towards the end of this planning phase, and that set us all back. I am not making an excuse for that, but he was certainly my wingman on community engagement, and it just disrupted that phase and part of the project. So for better or worse, we acknowledge the community engagement, the information sharing probably was not as robust as it should have been, and we will have another opportunity to do that. Next slide, please. From there, we went from April to May quickly to schematic design. And I'm skipping over a lot of details, so in the back of your deck, the slides I'm not covering, share more about what was happening here. We did a value engineering process, 1.5 rounds, I would describe. You made some decisions about where the building was going to sit to reduce costs, and we got ready for the ballot. So by June, we had a schematic design, a cost estimate. We spent a couple of meetings talking about the bond terms, and then you took a vote in July to affirm this for the ballot in November. Next slide, please. And I should mention the bad news. The bond did not pass. We got close, but not quite there. So that was a really, really, really high flyover of, almost 3 years worth of work in a very non-traditional path, right? Facing the loss of a building, an absolute crisis. And I want to applaud you for giving direction and setting us on the course to identify the replacement of buildings. What I didn't add in this part of the deck is that we were in the latter kind of half of that planning phase working on the acquisition of a building that did not become public until June of last year. We'll talk more about that building in a minute. So the next two slides are our discussion questions that we drafted. We are going to be taking notes. I will actually probably walk over to the flip chart here. This is your time, council, to talk, look back, reflect on what happened, think about what we need to do differently as we consider next steps and what I anticipate will potentially be another bond measure. But before we go there, we need to pick up the lessons learned. And I will say it's important to hear what we did well as maybe where we need to focus. So with that, I have 2 slides here. I'll have Robbie toggle, and then we'll stop screen sharing. The first part is just project scope and assumptions. How clearly did we explain what the problem was versus jumping to a solution? What information was missing? The decisions we made during project scoping, was that process visible enough? Anything that should be revisited? Where did we feel like we had community support for the project? Maybe where did we lack some support? Is it an information problem? What else might it be? Acknowledging that we had that compressed time to design, there was a gap, I think, for sure, in community engagement and information sharing. So what was the impact? What do we need to take away from that? And what else would you like to share? The next set of questions is focusing on the bond measure itself. I know some of you have raised that maybe it was besides the amount, possibly the duration, the impact on the household, and some other things. We have, these slides are sitting on at your, I think we printed them out. These are the part 1 questions. The rest will hold for the part 2 discussion in just a moment. What I'd like to do then, if it's okay with you, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you, and I will march over to my flip chart.
Sure. So I think to the best that we can, I think it's best to take these questions one by one, just so we can talk through them. So how clearly did we define the problem we were solving versus the solution we proposed? Where were the information gaps? Councilmember Androl, your hand is up.
Yeah, but it wasn't up for that one.
Okay.
But I'm going to start here by channeling Mike Ciro and say, don't anybody at the city kid yourself that the only problem here was a marketing problem. Feedback I've gotten is that we did kind of clearly define the problem and the solution, but I think that we didn't kind of fill in the gaps in between. because there were just, I think maybe inadequate conversations about how inadequate the PSM, the Public Works building was, and why we needed kind of scale and scope that we were proposing. People couldn't connect the dots between what was being replaced and what was being proposed. I'll stop on that one, but.
Councilman Reynolds.
I think in terms of problem definition, to me, there was a huge misunderstanding in the community about what we were building. This was partly reflected in our own communication, where when talking about the building, we frequently talked about the fact that the city hall had been closed. And to my mind, that's largely irrelevant. It made it sound like we were building a new city hall, and that's not what we were building at all. And I think we needed to make that more clear.
Councilman Weinberg.
So I remember having a lengthy discussion with a pretty well-informed community member, or at least informed about politics in general, but not as much about the city and long-term planning. And having this discussion at the corner of 40th and Island Crest Way while I was waiting for the light to change through multiple cycles. And what I kept hearing was the expectation that it would be a one-and-done thing. It's kind of like, I said yes on a bond 10 years ago. Why are we building something right away? Why am I being asked every several years for another school bond measure or another city bond measure? Who's kind of lumping the two groups together. I think there's an expectation that we need to build in the community that buildings don't last forever, that we construct a residential house in the United States to last on average 50 years, and then it's expected to get remodeled or replaced. And a level 4 building like this might last 100 years, but it's not going to last forever. And that when we have, as we were just seeing in the presentation, 12 city buildings, there's going to need replacement we're going to need to keep going back to the residents on a periodic basis, saying now that building needs replaced, that one, et cetera. There shouldn't be this expectation of one and done, that we'll never have to come back for asking for funds for that. And that's a challenging message to get across because people want to have it one and done so they can go back to focusing on other things that are broader political issues. So I guess I'm trying to get a feel for how we can present that and how we can look beyond Mercer Island to say, what are the life cycles of buildings in Bellevue, in Seattle, in other cities around the state? Can we expect them to last this many years, et cetera? And based on the fact that we have so many buildings, how often should people expect to get an ask for this type of thing? So I don't know, that's when we're talking about defining the problem, I think we should also define that it's going to be a recurring thing. People should expect it to keep coming back and not just be once in their lifetime they have to give money to maintain their city buildings.
Great. Councilman Weicker.
I'll just say people kept coming back to price and not understanding the value. And I think Public Works is a hidden gem that people take for granted. They don't realize just how much it takes and how much it costs to maintain all that. So, you know, I had someone say, well, I'm going to be paying this tax for the rest of my life. Does it really have to be this high? Yeah, we haven't done investment in 40 years.
I think as we talk about defining the problem, you know, it was very easy to explain. We closed City Hall, here's what's in City Hall. It was very hard to then say, oh, so you're building a new City Hall. Well, no, not really. Some of the things are in there. We're also adding something else, but we're taking some things out, you know. And what occurred to me was, you know, I think if you asked everyone in this room, what is a City Hall, you'd probably get a different answer from everybody. And I'm not sure that, you know, I think that there is a sort of marketing challenge here where we do need to define this in a way of what is City Hall to Mercer Island, what does this complex mean to us? You know, it sort of made it hard from a like to like discussion with people to sort of say, oh no, we aren't just rebuilding what we had to close due to asbestos. We're not just rebuilding what's failing. You know, we're sort of charting a new path is, I think, the right decision, but also sort of harder to message. Deputy Mayor Becker.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of what he's saying. I mean, I think the problem that we had, oh, thank you. I think the problem that we had was well-defined. I don't think the solution was as well-defined in terms of why was this the right solution to the problem that we had? Because that's the question that I heard is like, okay, I get it. We need permanent police arrangements. Like, we have a failing public works facility, but yeah, like, why is this a city hall? Like, why are we going with this plan? And I think that specifically people were also not clear on the cost breakdown and why the amount that we came up with was the amount. Like, maybe this amount was right, but it wasn't clear that like this is the right proposal for us and here's how we got to that dollar amount, and why a facility that was more or a facility that was less would not have been a better approach.
So I'll kick us off with the next question here, which is, you know, what decisions we make during project scoping that may have not been fully understood by the community, and what decisions to be revisited. And I think what Jesse hit on in the presentation about, you know, closing City Hall and what would the cost be to, you know, abate that and also, you know, renovate it, bring it up to speed. You know, we sort of had some of these preliminary numbers about what that would cost, but, you know, we didn't have a whole price tag. So when you want to be very intellectually honest and sort of say, here's what we know for sure, you know, and that's 10% of what we're asking for, that's kind of a hard sell, I think. So, you know, I think having an idea of what would it cost to build a city hall, to redo the old building, you know, that to make it last for 30 more years or something like that. Same with the Public Works Department. So you can really explain to people, you know, this is it is a reasonable cost here to build something new as opposed to trying to, you know, resuscitate a building with significant problems. I also want to say, you know, some of the feedback that we got from people was, you know, why aren't you just rebuilding a city hall? Meaning, why aren't you putting your council chambers back? Why aren't we putting the court back? And I think at the time it was a decision that we sort of made really quickly, which was to not build those, because I think we understood that it was going to be a significant cost and it was going to be out of scope for us. But when I was asked, well, how much would it have cost to add that to the building, we didn't really have that. You know, it would have been a lot. You know, and I think we sort of came to that conclusion at the time that was the right way to go because we were trying to be conscious from the beginning. I think when we started off on this project, when we knew we were gonna have to do a bond, you know, 2 years ago, I think there was an intrinsic understanding that we wanted to keep the cost down. However, when you don't voice that and say, hey, this is a North Star for us from the get-go, we do sort of have this challenge of not being able to articulate what the cost would be to build this sort of grand building, right? What would it have cost to add a performing arts center was one question that I got from someone. You know, and there were some things that we sort of never fully explored because we were trying to keep this in scope from the beginning. And what that meant was we did sort of struggle to say, oh, well, maybe in the future we would consider building another building, so we're reserving some space here if we want to rebuild the court. You know, I think that's always something for people to sort of, I think to Ted's point is like, you know, is there going to be another one? It's sort of hard if you're like, well, I don't know, maybe, as opposed to sort of a longer term strategy. So I would love to call on Councilmember Reynolds.
I think, you know, as I think about this, I'm not sure people fully understood why it was important to design indoor storage for things and why this might have been an investment that saves us money in the long run. And that was something we didn't adequately communicate, I don't think. I also think that we suffered in the community because we heard from a lot of people, why don't you just do something in town center? And I don't think they adequately understood, A, why for a lot of things we wanted to do that was just not practical, but B, the fact that we looked at it a lot, as you acknowledged, and tried. And this was really the best option we found.
I just want to make sure to take on there, you know, that exploratory work we did in town center was confidential. It was real estate. We even made offers on property that I still can't talk about today. We signed confidentiality agreements both ways. And that's unfortunate that that information didn't come out. And so we can think about, with our attorneys advising us, how we can tell that story a little better. I can tell you from 2023 through 2024, we were, again, I said it a moment ago, turning over every stone, but I do understand that was a missing piece for the community, and I appreciate you raising that again.
Yeah, and I think it's also true that there are some parts of city operations which, in my view, would really benefit from being in downtown. Having dump trucks going through downtown is not a benefit. And I think we need to be able to communicate why downtown is probably a bad idea for a lot of our operations. No disrespect to dump trucks or dump truck drivers intended, but.
Councilor Anderell.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I do think, and I'm going to agree with Craig here, I think that everybody understood the need for the police department, and nobody had any problems with that or the scoping on that. But I do think that the whole public works was inadequately understood, that people didn't appreciate what conflicts we have with moving vehicles right now, the outdoor storage problems, the, just the way it would have been so much better with the new design. I think one of the big targets was the covered parking. And honestly, I mean, I sat here on council and, tried to get it below $100 million. I mean, it was just too many zeros. Even if we could justify it 100%, I mean, there's just a certain amount that people will not swallow.
Deputy Rebecca.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the scoping, I think there was a question about, are we building this facility for growth? Are we building it for, like, what's the size of the new facility was bigger than the current facility. So does that mean that we have greater needs now, or does that mean that we're building, assuming there's gonna be population growth? Could we have made it smaller, but built it in a way that supported future growth? I didn't necessarily know exactly how to answer that question when residents said, like, how much can the city grow until we need even more than this, or
Councilmember Weicker.
I think we missed communicating how frugal we tried to be with getting maximum productivity out of the building. So if people want smaller and less expensive, we're gonna have to figure out where to put different departments. We had tried to put all under one big roof. So EOC, for example, maybe that doesn't go in the new design, maybe it goes in the new building that we just purchased, right? But we went as cheap as we could. We spent several meetings trying to pick the right footprint, pick the right materials, pick, the bare bones infrastructure. We needed to just get the bare minimum. And that 100 million we came up with was what we could do. So if we're going less, what are we not going to do in the building? And we have to make that clear next time.
Well, I think there are some construction decisions that we could make that could affect the price in a favorable way. But yeah, it's going to be more significant than just trading out, marble for mica or something. It's going to.
There was marble in the building?
No, that was just in the women's restrooms.
Oh, okay. Sounds fair. One thing I wanted to add, I think to what Craig was saying, was people drew comparisons to their own projects, right? So, they built a new house and the cost per square foot was X, or they were involved in some commercial projects and the cost to build a warehouse was Y. And also there was a lack, sort of talking about the cost of acquisition of land in town center is not something that most people have tried to do. So, obviously never shared, what the buildings were being asked for, but when I asked people what they thought they would be, they weren't anywhere nearly close, to some of the numbers that we had seen in terms of, what we expected we'd have to pay to actually buy some of these properties. So I do think you sort of have a misalignment of expectations there. I don't think this is an easy problem to solve because you're not going to get many people that try to buy land in town center nor build a facility that needs to withstand an earthquake. But I think there's opportunities to sort of, show what do lesser models look like. Craig, is that an old hand?
It's actually new this time.
Okay, go for it.
I'm not sure what to do about this next one, but I'm going to comment on it because it was one of the most frustrating things about this campaign, was the number of times I heard a statement that was to the effect of, city's doing a great job right now. Why do they need to change? And, hats off to Jason and the Public Works team and the police department and everybody else. You are doing a great job in very difficult circumstances. So we need to find a way to communicate, yeah, even though it's functioning, it's not sustainable. And I don't think people really understood why. We need to craft that message.
We need it to fail.
Yeah, it's almost like, oh, maybe we need to start screwing up. And then, that's obviously not the intent or the desired outcome, but, yeah.
Councilmember Weicker.
I think we also need to be aware of the larger economic context in which we're operating, new administrations, changing dynamics at the state level, people's fear about jobs and their own finances. I think that was in the background and we didn't fully appreciate, or the community did, and we weren't, I don't know, but I think that had a factor.
Councilmember Shea.
So as a new council member, I wasn't really involved in, on your team at the time, but I did talk about it when I was campaigning for city council. And I talked about how our police department are in trailers, and everyone wants public safety, and we all want a safe Mercer Island. And because they're in trailers, they're not in proper facilities, they don't have a sally port, they don't have a secure holding area. So we were not accredited by the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. And that's hard for morale, it's hard for recruitment, and it's hard for retention of our police. So that's what I talked about during my campaign, is to, everyone wants public safety. We all moved here because of our schools and the safety of Mercer Island, and, it's very important that we value the work that our police do. So I think just getting that message out there more, and hopefully having some interaction with the police chief, with the police department, so that, people can just talk to them at a community coffee or whatever, and just more community engagement. So I was part of the school bond campaign, which was on the ballot in April, and we got up to 56.59%. So again, it was like so close but so far away, because we need a supermajority, 60%, which is written in our state constitution, to pass any bonds in this state. So, our community right now is at about, 54% for the city bond. So I just feel like we do need to get out there more in the community, and let them know, why it costs this much, what exactly is for. And I did hear people say, oh yeah, so we're building a new city hall. So I think just the communication piece is very important in our community. And when I was on the school bond advocacy group, we had a group of about 20. We had students, we had parents, we had retired community members. There's a group of 20 of us who were pretty much, just advocating for the school bond. So, we didn't have like school board members running the advocacy group. We had community members running it. So I think when community members are part of that process, then they'll be more invested in it and then tell their friends, about the importance of having this bond pass.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thinking about what Councilmember Reynolds was saying a moment ago about when people were saying, everything seems fine, so why do we need to change? And I think that is reflective of the concept of, do you fix things when they break, or do you proactively replace things before they break? And there's some things like windshield wipers that you can replace when they break, because it's not really going to be the end of the world if you wait. There's some things like a sewer pipe that you don't wait till it breaks. You proactively get that modernized, because when it breaks, it's a disaster. And I think that our public works department, our police department, are things, and the buildings, the facilities that they work in, are examples of things that need to be proactively replaced. And I think, I'm not sure if that reflects if there's a decision that we could have made differently there, as much as it's a way of getting the message out to the community that this needs to be proactively replaced, rather than saying, well, it's working, why do we have to fix it? I can't tie it back to a specific decision that would have to change, but that's my thought on that.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment there?
Please.
Everything is not fine. I want you to hear me say that as your city manager. It's a great source of pride that we held it together all this time during closures and moves. It has been extraordinarily difficult. You know, your staff team chooses to come to work here every day. Our police department, our police officers can choose to go work elsewhere where modern facilities are provided. The fact that they've stuck with us is incredible. We have to come up with a plan, though, and that is why we're here today. But I want to say right now, on record, everything is not fine. We are holding it together because we have an incredible staff. We have great leadership from the council, but this is not sustainable. And I wanted my staff to hear me say that, because it was a morale hit for us when the bond didn't pass. But we've picked ourselves up, dusted off, and we're ready to go again. And I appreciate how much time that you are giving to this. Thank you.
Councilman Anderall.
Yeah, just going back to things that can't be undone, right? And I won't dwell on it, but the hardest argument I had to make with people was, if it's only $10 million to remediate City Hall, why didn't you do it? And following on that, as soon as we decided we weren't going back in there, bulldozers might have been a good idea. Because that would have taken the conversation off the table.
You know, I didn't know if there was going to be a chance to bring this up today, but I'm going to bring it up. Every single one of you at some point has said, Jesse, what's the plan to demolish the building? We're not going back. We are working right now with the sewer water supply, not sewer, jeez, water supply pipeline project. We need a staging area for that project. I think there is an opportunity to put the demolition of City Hall together with the water supply pipeline project. My blood sugar must be low if I'm confusing water and sewer at this point.
Let's not do that when we have to build a project.
Yeah. The thing that I want you to remember about demolition is, as a standalone project, it's very costly. There's a mobilization and demobilization cost. But if we can align it with another project, and it looks like that might be a really good scenario, we're going to look at it. So I'll be back in touch with that just as one action item. Sorry, I'm taking us off track a little bit, but wanted to share that.
That's fair, and I appreciate that information, because, like I said, it would, I mean, to me, if there had been an empty lot there, would have taken that whole discussion off the table, but I now have a more complete understanding of why we might not want to do it that way.
Councilman Rhodes. Okay, Deputy Mayor Becker.
This is slightly off the topic of the exact question, but I also just wanted to respond to the comment about the everything is fine thing, because I think that this question is, you know, what are we hearing from people? But that doesn't mean that, like, we necessarily think that everything is fine. Like, I mean, I've seen these facilities, I've seen the problems in these facilities, and like, I just want to say, like, I personally appreciate what the staff has dealt with for these last few years going through this, and obviously we're all here spending our time trying to figure out a solution for staff, because we know that. And so I would echo the comment here that we don't want staff to think that we don't see that as well.
And I think along that same line is, you know, opportunities to hear directly from people who have to work in these facilities every day would be valuable. You know, it's one thing for me to go around saying, oh yeah, the police department's too crowded, the public works department is leaking, and there's a, Jason hates when I say this because he fixed it, but there was at one point a leak that was being held together with tarps that then, you know, was draining into a separate drain. But I think it's a different thing to hear directly from the people who are dealing with this and making the decision every day to return to those facilities as to, you know, why they make that decision, but also, you know, why these facilities are no longer meeting their needs to a serious extent. Okay, I think I think we kind of exhausted the first page of questions here, so I'll get to the second, which is, what feedback did you receive about the bond structure, amount, duration, household impact? What concerns did voters raise most frequently about the bond itself? Was the timing of the bond measure a concern given broader economic conditions? What other feedback did you receive about the bond measure? Councilman Reynolds.
You're going to be too angry if I go back to page 1 for a second?
I'm going to be outraged.
Okay, we're going to do it anyway. One thing we haven't talked about. One thing we haven't talked about very much is the connection with the school bond. And I think what I heard a lot of was people that were upset that the city did not vocally enough support the school bond campaign. And that if we weren't going to, if we couldn't afford to build the schools, then we sure as heck aren't going to pay for the city stuff. And I think we need to find some way to work in coordination with the school district and support each other. And also, you know, it'd be nice if we could find a way to gain some efficiencies and do something together, you know, build a common building if it made sense, or common facilities in some way. It's a much harder problem, but at least we can provide the vocal support to each other.
Councilman Andrew.
Yeah, so I initially heard that 25 years was too long, but conversations usually abated that concern about the why. So mostly it was about the, just the amount, just too many zeros. And, you know, I mean, my pitch to people was, look, I pay $14,000 a year in property taxes. 2,100 of that goes to Mercer, no, 1,400 goes to Mercer Island. If I'm going to be hit with another $700 on top of my tax bill, I'm delighted that 100% of it goes to the city, you know, because we pay so much for things that, you know, some of us feel no positive impact from at all, and this would be something that would directly or indirectly positively affect every resident of the island and some of our visitors. And I don't know, you know, I think that the tax hit was too much, and I don't know if the tax hit was even too much, but because it was linked to $103 million, it felt like too much. And I mean, that's pretty much my answer to all four of those questions.
I think to piggyback about that, you know, around the same time that we were asking people to support this were a bunch of headlines about how the state legislature just put in the biggest tax increase in state history. You know, and you can kind of argue, you know, whether or not they need to do that, et cetera, et cetera. The reality was people saw those headlines and understood that that would be a hit to them. And, you know, when they have an opportunity not to vote to raise their taxes further, as opposed to, you know, it happening somewhere else, that is understandably a choice people are going to make. Councilmember Reynolds, old hand?
Old hand, of course.
All right, I'm going to stop calling on you. Councilmember Anderall.
I do think one other thing, and it's, I don't remember it clearly, but I do remember at the time thinking, these significant job layoffs in the Puget Sound area are not going to help us. I mean, I think people felt income insecurity, and I don't know if it was Amazon or Microsoft or Meta or all of the above who were saying, you know, we're laying a lot of people off. That, and probably based on the employers who were doing that, that probably hit the Mercer Island demographic pretty significantly.
Any other feedback folks received? Okay, I think we covered a bunch. Oh,
Real hand.
Real hand this time.
Councilmember Reynolds.
One we did think hard about how to address, but you know, two related topics. One, coming back to what Councilmember Andrew was maybe alluding to, a significant percentage increase in our taxes seems significant because the taxes were low to begin with. You know, we had one of the lowest tax rates in all the suburban areas of Seattle, and I don't think people understood that. But another argument that was very frustrating to me was this idea that it's not just 103 million, it's 200 and some million, because that's what you have to pay over a 25-year lifespan. And I think that's a really disingenuous argument. I mean, if you buy $1 million house and pay $2.5 million for it with interest over the years, you're still only buying the house for $1 million. You didn't buy it for $2.5 million. And I don't think people really thought that through very well. And I don't know how to communicate the complicated concepts that are embedded in there, but it's something we need to think about from a communication perspective.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, I also wanted to point out there is some misunderstanding in the, with some in the community about the allowed uses of existing funds that the city has. Money that we're given that is earmarked for roads can't be used to build a building. Money that's earmarked for replacing pipes can't be used to build a building. And so people were saying, you've got all this money, use it. And it's like, that's just not allowable. We'd be breaking state law in some cases. And somehow, if we could make that clearer in some way of showing what money is we have agency on, what we don't, that might help clear up some of that.
I also think, to piggyback on that, is that, you know, if we were to stockpile capital funds that we could use for a building, that does come at a cost, right? There isn't this notion we can just kind of, you know, load up the piggy bank and there won't be any impact. It might not be immediate, but when, you know, start having real public works problems, it'd be hard to say, oh, sorry, we're, you know, just trying to save up as much as possible here.
Yeah, but I do think the available fund balance was another issue. And
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up, Ted. I had forgotten about those arguments.
Okay, I'm not going to call on, Councilmember Weinberg, do you have more? All right.
Shall we pick up? All right. Great conversation, and it does not look like, based on the clock, we'll get to the finance presentation today, but some of the what you just raised is part of that presentation. So, all right, looking forward, project approach. So we've reflected. What comes next? What are we what's in, what's out? How are we going to approach a next project? I do believe, as your city manager, there is a need for a new build. I'm going to talk a little bit about space planning. We've started to get our arms around community engagement, talking to our community, but also I'll be mentioning a little bit about the staff team. And where we're headed, I'm hoping in the next couple of months, is a new planning framework. So next slide. And council, these slides will go, real quick here. So reassessing our building. This graphic here is just to say, look, we have a suite of facilities, some permanent, some temporary. Right away, when we knew the bond had failed, as I already mentioned, we dusted ourselves off and said, all right, we gotta go back to the drawing board. What we put to the voters did not work. We are, as staff, letting go of the solution that we had and trying to think of some other things. The first place we're starting is space planning. We added a building. We knew when we were designing the PSM facility that the 9655 building acquisition was in the queue. It didn't cross the finish line until last summer. That was unfortunate. If it had happened a year sooner, we really could have done a much better job of tying the two together. So we have an opportunity to go back and look at that. In fact, on the next slide, I think all of you now have been through the 9655 building. In terms of the things that we've done right, really good. This was an amazing acquisition. It was conceived in 2023. It took us a while. It wasn't available. So when it became available, we began pursuing it. It's about 22,000 square feet. Sits right next to City Hall. The floor plates are not ideal. The layout is not super functional, but it wasn't built. It was used as a school and an office building. So we have some modest work to do to be able to use it. Probably a little more intensity of renovation needed to maximize its use. My perception, and I think my colleagues share this opinion, and maybe you do too, having been in that building now, is that there is more potential here than I really originally thought. So as we're working now with a space planning consultant, I may have failed to make that point on the previous slide, we are looking at literally what could we take out of that project we proposed to the voters last year, move it to the 9655 building, and also how do we maximize use of the Luther Burbank admin building? So the mindset is we have two major assets, and we need to maximize those and kind of let that drive a little bit of the PSM facility, or a new build, excuse me, plan. Next slide, please. The way we're kind of working right now is that theme, maximizing existing facilities, redistributing services and teams, right-sizing a new build, and the bold text on this slide is ultimately, we recognize as staff, I've heard you say it, the scope and scale of that new build has to be reduced. And so I believe that's where we are. I just saw some head nods. I think you're all in agreement. This then starts to drive the planning, design, and hopefully the implementation of a new build as well. Next slide. Engagement. We've got a community survey on deck. Thank you, council, for taking action on that right away. You formed an ad hoc committee. They met one time this week. We have draft survey questions. Actually, I should say we have a draft that they looked at, gave us some feedback. We'll revise those. We made the call. The questions weren't in a position to bring to you, and actually considering where we're at with the clock right now, we didn't really have time. So the ad hoc committee is taking all your feedback, and we'll be making sure that's in the survey. And then what comes next, part of the next round of questions is what do you think we also need to do right now at this phase to talk to our community and get input? And what does that look like going forward? What are the key touch points for the community as you all make decisions about what comes next? So high level, we're going to be building a community engagement plan for this item as well. The staff, your professionals. It occurred to me as I was staring at the slide deck this week that why not hold meetings with the staff and the community and the council? Why not? It's a little tricky to do night meetings with our staff, but I do think there is an information gap. You have a great team of people out delivering services every day, and they can help the community's understanding of our operations evolve. But also the staff should hear from the community about, what they're looking for in their reality. So we added this slide to the deck just to say this matters, the teams matters. The new build that we had proposed that did not pass is a highly technical facility, and having the team be part of that design is important, certainly to me, and I believe to all of you. Next slide. So new project framework, where do we go from here? I'm not asking you to make that decision today. One of, I think, the confusing things maybe that came out of the campaign and some feedback is our buildings don't drive our services, right? You as the council, you establish the level of service, you resource the level of service. We have plans, we have a comprehensive plan, we have other plans, a climate action plan, a parks plan. That all is your policy, and you establish the level of service. From there, we resource it, buildings, equipment, staff, and that is what makes up our community-centered service delivery. So there was some kind of conversation that the building was driving the services, and that is not how we approach it, and that's not how we would approach it on round 2 either. Next slide, please. When we talk to our staff about what services mean, there is a whole bunch of things that we do. I just wanted to up a level and say it's not just about maintaining roads or providing special events or police. It's about safety, quality of life, livability, health and well-being, and sense of community, among other things. So that is, thematically how we approach this conversation. I think it's dangerous when you get into the micro discussion about the little things we do. So we're trying to pull back and keep the conversation service-focused, not people-focused, not in the weeds. Next slide. All right, heading to the council debrief. This is another series of questions. I'll have Robbie just flash them on the screen. What are the goals that you're thinking about right now? What is the next project look like? Sorry, my computer's flashing alerts. What does success look like in your perspective, the community, the staff? You know, what are some things, some guardrails we should be talking about right now? We are gonna take this and use it to kind of frame up the guidelines for the next phase of planning. This is a work session. I would say toss it out. No right or wrong answers, just looking to get the feedback from all 7 of you. Next slide, please. Engagement. This is a really important conversation, probably one of the most important today is what do we need to do differently? You know, when we started this presentation, I walked you through nearly 2.5 years of decision-making. And I think in our reflecting, we realized there were some moments we should have been more meaningfully talking to the community. So looking forward, what does that mean to you? And really specifically, in the next 2 months or so, what community engagement do you envision us completing? And one more slide. And then what else? You know, just an opportunity before we wrap up today. Anything else that's on your mind that we need to be thinking about? I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what's on the next step slide so you can see where we're headed. We're gonna take all of your feedback and likely be back in touch that first meeting in March. Actually in February, we anticipate doing some community engagement in February based on the feedback that you provide today. We're gonna start working behind the scenes on the project framework. We are already working on a space planning exercise that will probably be in front of you in March. And then by March, we want to be pointed in a direction so that we know what projects we're working on. So this is again, this is a work session. We're just looking for feedback. I will use the council leadership to share an initial draft, and then we'll be back. I do believe there is a new build project in our future. That's where I think we're headed, so maybe that would be, if we're revisiting that decision, you know, and you want to come back and talk about that, that would be a good time to put it on the table now. Anyway, we'll go back to we'll stop sharing. You have the questions in front of you. I will turn it back to the mayor to facilitate the look forward discussion.
Let's start here with the looking forward high-level project framework questions. Anybody want to get us started here? I will. I think for me, you know, I'd like to be able to say that we are building facilities that are going to enable our team to continue to deliver the high level of service. You know, let's pick a time frame, right? You know, if a 50-year plan is pretty ambitious, maybe that was too much. You know, maybe when we think about growth and, you know, if we shrink the size of the buildings, does that bring down the cost significantly? You know, should we be thinking in a shorter time horizon? You know, for service delivery. But I do think that we need, success for me is, you know, in a few years that we feel confident that we've built the facilities that the teams need to deliver the services that the community, you know, has gotten so used to. Councilman Reynolds.
Real hand, thank you. When I think about this, I think about the importance of taking a long-term view towards things. And it's probably true we could have built a facility a lot cheaper than what we designed if we'd been willing to give some things up. You know, we could have given up the level 4 building standards, for example, or put the thing together in a way that it was probably going to fall down and have a 20-year lifespan rather than a 50-year lifespan. I hope we don't fall into that trap. There's a quote by John Ruskin, a philosopher, that is really long, the real one, so I'll just paraphrase it. But basically what he says in the crux at the end is, when we build, let it be such that when our children look upon it, they say, look, our fathers built this for us. And I want this building to be something that'll look at it and say in 30 years, wow, I'm really glad that the city made the investment to do this right so that we've still got decades of use out of this building. And I think the city and many governments have a tendency to take the short-term solution. You know, when we bought the current City Hall building or the prior City Hall building, it was a building that probably was, well, it was definitely not intended to be a City Hall. And it was an old building at the time that we bought it. And when you make those shortcut decisions, you cost the city more in the long run. And I don't want to fall in that trap.
Councilman Andrew.
I agree. I don't know, that's a very good speech. But, I don't know how much, bandwidth the residents have in terms of, to pay for this thing. Do we need to look at financing it in a way that does not require a supermajority? Because I think it's important to remember that both the school bond and our bond only failed because they didn't get to 60%. The majority of the residents, and I think this is helpful, at least for my morale, I don't know for staff's morale, but that at least a majority of the people who voted supported it. So is there another way to raise sufficient funding in the near term or over time to allow this to be built on a 51% vote?
Councilor Weinberg.
So I've lived on Mercer Island since I was 12, and when I was growing up, a school bond never failed. It just always passed. People were very supportive of their schools when I was growing up. In 2012, we had the first time that I've ever seen a bond fail, and it was a big bond. And we came back later with a smaller bond, and it passed. And then we need another smaller bond later in order to get that passed, because together we could have done it all in one bond, but the community wasn't ready to do it all at once. So I think the idea of scaling it down, similar to what Councilmember Anderol was saying, to make it more palatable, but it doesn't change the scope of what we need to do. It just means it's going to be in smaller chunks and more frequently. And in my years in architecture school, I remember the professors telling me a picture always says 1,000 words, and your clients will get it when you show them a graphic, and when you give them lots of words and slides and what have you, they likely won't. So I'd like to just show them a picture of a conveyor belt that has, a little icon on there for each of the buildings that we have, showing that the city hall fell off the end. It was the thing that was the oldest. It came apart. The fire station number 92 is at the newest end of the conveyor belt. The whole thing's moving, right? When we create a new building, it's going to appear at the left end of the conveyor belt. But it sets the expectation to folks that we're going to have to keep coming to you as more things fall off the end, right? Public Works is next, and then the caretaker's house is probably one thing that was listed as poor on there. But having some way of people seeing that it's coming, and you can expect that you're going to continue to have these over the decades. We're going to do our best to extend that conveyor belt as long as we can, so that we have buildings that last a while. But we have to do it in chunks that are digestible by the community. So, anyway, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with sort of both, all the comments that have been made. I think we need to be approaching this long-term, but we also need to go smaller, which maybe doesn't mean we have this one building that is on its own takes us for 50 years, but I think those can be done together, because you can do something smaller and think thoughtfully about what does that mean for the long term. Like, how do we make sure that we have options in the future? Because what you don't want is to get 30 years down the road and have someone be like, what were these people thinking 30 years ago? They didn't plan for this at all. And I think that if we can show residents that we are thinking ahead, but we're also saving money in the short term, I think that would resonate with people, that like, that's smart planning.
Yeah, if I may.
Go for it.
I was just going to say, during Ted's remarks, I was kind of reminded of how we communicated, I think, very effectively to the voters about the parks levy. And, I mean, we said we're like a new playground every year, and nobody pushed back on that. It was just going to rotate through, and it was very well accepted and I think very well explained. So kind of build on that type of communication, I think, could be very helpful.
Councilor Weinberg, is that an old hand or a new hand? Just wanted to call out one question here, just to see if there's comments that folks have. What objectives should guide future analysis and decision-making? Affordability, operational efficiency, flexibility / community access. I was just curious if any of those elements stand out to people in terms of how we should be thinking about going forward.
So this is where we start to get into, we have a vision that we'll be back in touch soon and say, you're going to say, city manager, tell us how we achieve all these things, right? We're going to take your feedback and kind of frame out your goals. So things that I'm thinking about is, operational efficiency, which is a too broad of a term, but like co-locating teams for operational efficiency. It does not make sense. We're a small city to have little micro buildings all over the place. Maximizing the use of the 9655 building. I already told you I'm looking at it. That's probably on the list of objectives, right? We have a new asset. Figure out, Jesse, come back and tell us what can come out of, the previous project and go into the 9655 building or be addressed elsewhere. Bring the project cost down. That seems like an obvious one, but is there anything else on the must-do list that we can add to our list that's on your mind? Community engagement plan is probably on the list. What else are you thinking about?
Operational efficiency, especially in the public works sector. I mean, it's, I tried to explain to constituents how, with greater efficiency, more, they say, well, okay, they're going to be more efficient then, so are they only going to work 7 hours a day? Or, and I say, no, with greater efficiency and smoother movements, ingress and egress, ability to store, de-icer and salt or sand or whatever it is that we need, maybe 12 miles of street get plowed that day instead of 10 or 11. So I think that's a good selling point if we communicate it right. And I do think that if we do redo that area, it's got to operate more smoothly from a ingress, egress, no backing up sort of thing, if we can at all help it.
Councilor Reynolds.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to defer to Jason on that because it's his team, but I don't think I said anything he'd disagree with.
First general comment I'll make is what objectives should guide analysis? The answer, of course, is all of them, and I know that's not very helpful, but they're all important. I would also add to that list the sustainability in both sense of the word, in the sense of the word of climate friendly, but also in the sense of lasting for a long time. So make sure that those are both covered. I was also going to say something that the last part of your presentation, City Manager, we're kind of right on track with this, I think, which is it's very important we look at this with fresh eyes and don't just say, how do we make the building smaller or cheaper, but also think big picture about what are we trying to solve and what other crazy ideas might address it. You have to go into this from a no bad ideas point of view. So, for example, with the 9655 building, are we able to move enough people into that such that it's worth considering remodeling and repairing the existing Public Works building rather than building a new one? And I don't know if that's ever going to be a viable solution, but I think it needs to be evaluated to see if it can be a viable solution.
Councilor Weinberg.
Yeah, along the lines of the sustainability, I think that we need to be open to leveraging additional funding sources. There are several bills in the legislature this year about distributed energy generation and the funding thereof and the siting thereof, and encouraging the use of a multi-acre roof for a solar facility, for example, and that we wouldn't have to necessarily pay for it ourselves. It's something that it helps the broader region, not just us. So I think looking at other ways that we can tap into sources of funding just other than just trying to make a large facility like this all by ourselves.
Councilor Shea.
Yes, and the community access, I think, is also very important. With the previous PSM facility, we're going to have a customer service counter. and just emphasizing this messaging when we were talking about this new bond. It's like, this way we can have, community access to our city staff. So if you have a question about your permit, you know where you can go instead of, calling and leaving a message or emailing, waiting for someone to get back to you. You can just drive and talk to someone in person. And I think just in-person interaction is quite different from emails back and forth or just by phone. So I think definitely, just messaging that, just emphasizing that in the messaging. And, I had the chance to visit as a new council member, have a tour of the police trailers, did a ride-along, and also toured the public works department, and went to the different sites, to look at the sewer pump stations, and also our water reservoirs, some of the drainage, like the stormwater drainage sites, and it was just very informing for me to see, and I posted about it on my city council social media, and people gave good comments about, oh, I'm so glad that you're letting us know, all the great work that our public works team does, so that we don't have to think about, oh, how did this water get to our kitchen sink, or what happens when we flush the toilet. It's just they're maintaining this on a daily basis, and when we have a blackout, like when we had the bomb cyclone, we still had running water, and it's just like these are the things that we kind of almost take for granted, and I think just kind of communicating more to our community. These are the hardworking staff of our city, just making sure that, we have a comfortable home to go to and have running water. And our police, they're working so hard with their limited facility to provide safety for our community. When I told people, yeah, I went on these tours and I posted on my social media, and they're like, oh, how can I do that? So I know that we had like the National Night Out, and I was there, and they gave a tour of the police trailers, and maybe doing something like that in the next couple months, because people are thinking about this, right? They saw that, oh, even though majority voted yes for this city bond, it didn't pass because we need the 60%. So it's on people's minds right now, and they're asking us, oh no, what's going to happen now, right? So it's on people's mind. I think it's a good time to have the community engagement with the staff, so they can talk to them and just really understand, what they're going through in our current facility, and I think that will hopefully help us this next time around.
In fact, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure before we wrap this up that we answer that question, or we talk about, what are the goals of engagement in the next phase of facility planning, and I'll put some bookends on that, think kind of end of February, March. What else do we need to do? We've got a survey. There was a suggestion about, getting some tours. Anything else that's on your mind?
Before we get there, Councilmember Becker has her hand up.
Well, that's exactly where I was going, the community engagement. So I think we heard you, we know economic times are tough, and if we don't win on the second time at bat, we're going to have police and trailers for a couple of years. We can't do this 3 years in a row. So the status quo is not sustainable. Our staff are stressed out. We don't have to tell them the sky is falling, but it's really hard on staff. It's hard on our community, and if we have an earthquake, we don't have facilities to answer that call. So I think making really clear what the status quo is after we scale it back and figure out how we can optimize the new buildings. Like, here's what we want, here's what we need, and if we don't, here's what we're going to get.
One thing I want to add about the engagement piece is, we did get 54% of the vote, right? That obviously was not the supermajority we needed. But this was an issue that really resonated with people. After it failed, the number of people who came up to me and said, hey, what are we going to do about this? I was actually surprised, because it felt like there was not a ton of conversation within the community about this until maybe ballots dropped, until maybe people picked them up and read them. It wasn't the kind of thing that there was a long chatter about beforehand. But in the aftermath, I think people were really concerned that this had failed, and what does this mean for the city going forward? People who I would not describe as being involved in politics were really concerned, what does this mean for the future of our public works team, our police team, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think that there is an element here of perfecting this in a way, but let's keep in mind that we did get, a majority of voters did vote for this. And I think that there were a lot of things that resonate with people, and there's obviously more opportunity here to kind of fix that up. Anyone else? Okay.
I have one final remark, just an action item. Council, we will be adding to your agenda packet on Tuesday, it'll be amended before 5 o'clock today, a small appropriation request to keep the work going. We do have a space planner on board, and there's this work, we do need some resources to keep it going. So that's coming on, sorry, I'm amending your packet tonight. It's coming to you on Tuesday. I think I said Monday, Tuesday. And thank you for the great discussion. This is going to set us up well to come back to you really soon. The ad hoc committee will keep working on the survey. We'll get that out. And I'll let you know what else we have on deck in terms of community outreach. Thank you.
So, city manager, just from a timing perspective here, do you want us to?
Yeah, let's move the finance item to Tuesday, and then I think you should wrap up today with your community member of the year discussion.
Okay. All right, our next and final item of business is AB 6842, the 2025 Community Member of the Year. And for that, we will welcome City Clerk Andrea Larson.
Good afternoon, council. For the record, I'm your city clerk, Andrea Larson. Before you this afternoon is the selection of the 2025 Community Member of the Year. In the past year, there has been one community-suggested nomination for the 2025 Community Member of the Year that was sent into the City Council inbox. Depending on the number of nominations that are made this afternoon will determine the process the council proceeds with for the selection of the 2025 Community Member of the Year. If there's only one nomination made, it is appropriate to make a motion selecting that nominee as the 2025 Community Member of the Year. If there are multiple nominations made, the city clerk will conduct an open election of nominees via email vote. If conducting an open election via email vote, each council member will be sent an email ballot. Council members will respond with the name of the nominee they wish to vote for. The city clerk will tally the votes and read the votes aloud, and the nominee to receive at least 4 votes will be selected as the Community Member of the Year. Mayor, would you like me to run nominations, or would you like me to turn it back over to you to open the floor for nominations?
I'm happy to open the floor here. Council, is there anyone who would like to make a nomination? Councilmember Shea.
Yes, I would like to also nominate the community suggested nomination that was sent in by email, so Kimberly Frank. Do I talk about?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, you need a second first?
Or she make her
Nominations
case?
do not require
Okay,
a
great.
second.
Okay, so Kimberly Frank exemplifies the spirit of the Mercer Island Community Member of the Year through her extraordinary service and impact over the past year and beyond. So as a long-standing leader within the Mercer Island High School PTSA and the current president, she has devoted countless hours to advancing equity, advocating for school bonds and levies, and strengthening public education, efforts that deliver lasting benefits to every student and family on the island. In addition, Kimberly has invested exceptional time and energy championing youth mental health as secretary and board member of the Mercer Island Youth and Family Services Foundation since 2021, helping raise critical funds to sustain behavioral health counselors in all 6 schools during a time of growing need. She has navigated complex funding, equity, and system-level challenges with professionalism, resilience, and collaboration, often working behind the scenes to unite stakeholders and inspire collective action. Despite her far-reaching influence, Kimberly remains a humble and largely unsung leader whose dedication, integrity, and inclusive vision continue to strengthen Mercer Island as a more connected, compassionate, and thriving community.
Are there any other nominations?
I don't know if I'm supposed to raise a hand here.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
I'd like to nominate Fan Yuan, president of the Mercer Island Chinese Association. Over the last few years, she's revitalized that organization from a small social club to serving thousands of islanders, starting 2 wildly successful events, the Mercer Island Lunar New Year celebration, as well as the Mid-Autumn Festival. I think these events were actually a problem for the city being too successful and bringing too many people to the community center, so they had to cap attendance in year 2. Separately, she was a board member for MIPA, starting the popular All Island Playdates. She's currently on the Northwood PTA board. She's a contributor to the Friends of Dragon Park Community Group. She's on the board of the King County Library System Foundation, and she personally runs Mandarin Storytime at the MI Library branch. Having said that, I know that all the nominees are an asset to our community and are all deserving of this award, and I'm excited to celebrate whoever the council selects.
Any other nominees? Okay, nominations are closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I check the spelling on Deputy Mayor Becker's nomination?
You want me to say, read it, or?
Yeah, can you just read it to me?
Fan, F-A-N, Yuan, Y-U-A-N.
Okay, thank you.
So City Clerk, you are going to send ballots to the council?
Yes, I will send an email ballot. Are you ready for me to send the ballot, Mr. Mayor?
I'm ready.
Council members, you can either respond with the name or the number, and I will tally the ballots. The email has been sent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballots have been tallied. Council members Shea, Weinberg, and Reynolds voted for Kimberly Frank. Council members Weicker, Andral, Deputy Mayor Becker, and Mayor Rosenbaum voted for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan is selected as the 2025 Community Member of the Year.
Excellent. We will invite her to a future council meeting. Okay. The next regularly scheduled hybrid city council meeting will be on Tuesday, January 20th, beginning at 5 p.m. The time is now 2:27 p.m. As a reminder to the council, please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Go Hawks.